low sec faction.
Oh, seven capsuleers, welcome to another day, a wonderful day at the Nth Dimension Show. Today, we are going to be teaching you how to do alpha abyssals. So, abyssals are a kind of new-ish, they've been around for a number of years now, but type of gameplay where you get into a ship, a frigate, destroyer, or cruiser, and you go into these challenge rooms. There are 3 challenge rooms in all of these abyssals, and there's a variety of enemies and whatnot in each of these rooms that could or could not spawn, and it's up to you to kill them all within 20 minutes. So it's a timed little challenge, and by doing so, you will get a lot of good loot out of it, and you can rinse and repeat. And it is basically like the on demand, easy access PvE content of the game. So, we're going to be going over what you, as an alpha player, should first be getting into, and then where you can progress from there. And we're going to talk about like the rooms and the weathers and all that crazy stuff. The Abyss is this whole big thing. People play the game and only do the Abyss. So, if you really like doing it, this is a great starting point. So I guess with that out of the way, let's jump right in and start, talking about abyssals and stuff. So we're here in Jita, good old Jita, and we're in our pod. And step one is that there is a chat channel called Abyssal Lurkers. You're going to want to join this chat channel. It's very helpful. And when you do, you will get a message of the day. Looks something like this. There's a whole lot of links, and it will answer a whole lot of your questions. There's a cheat sheet from Ashtarothi, um, and this will tell you about all of the different abyssals, like all the different ship types, their names, and what kind of E-war they do, or what kind of damage they do, or just a whole bunch of information. It also talks a little bit about the weathers here. They're like clouds in space, and if you go through these clouds, they give you different buffs and debuffs. We'll probably go back to this abyssal cheat sheet here in a little bit. There's a whole Discord, so you can definitely join their Discord, get a lot of questions answered there. Honestly, the people here are going to know more than I know. So if you ever have any questions, they are a better source for it because they live in the abyss. I merely sometimes go into it. We have Abyssal Lurkers FAQ. So I guess let's go through these, I guess. What is the Abyss? Abyss is instance PvE where you enter a dungeon, you have 20 minutes, complete different rooms, and so each wave there's a variety of different elemental effects and all that. Some loot, yeah, makes all that kind of sense. What can enter the Abyss? Frigates, destroyers, and cruisers. You can do 3 frigates, 2 destroyers, or 1 cruiser, so this can be group content activity. Honestly, a lot of people do it solo because a lot of people like to do their Eve content solo. And either that means they do like 1 cruiser, or in our case, we're going to be doing 1 frigate when we could do 3 because you get better loot. You get like 3 times the amount of loot because there are like 3 players worth of loot. And then you also get a little extra on top of that because it's like more difficult or, yeah. But suffice to say, some people like to do like 1 frigates, which is what we're going to mainly do today. We might do 1 cruiser as well, depending on how the day goes. Um, and then some people play like 3 multi-box, so they'll like have 3 clients of their own, and they will do 3 frigates that way. That way they get a whole lot of loot, but they're still playing alone. I'm new to the Abyss. Where should I start? Let's see what they say. The best starting option for anyone, regardless if you're brand new or been a while for a round, is a T1 cruiser in lowered tiers sites. We're not going to do that. T0 for brand new players and T1 to 2 for people who have been around for E for a while. This is great to get your feet wet in the Abyss, feel out the mechanics, and get yourself comfortable. So you can definitely, certainly do this. I would recommend starting with a few T0s, which are basically like training rooms. They'd kind of just get you like used to the flow through. It's basically impossible to fail them. And then it moves up to T1, where there are kind of significant dangers, not really, but sort of significant. Especially like if you're a cruiser, you're not gonna really have any significant dangers in a cruiser for that room. And then T2 is going to be significantly dangerous for a not well skilled cruiser. Um, and so we are, instead of doing a cruiser stuff, we are going to go straight to a very good frigate. Which, if you've been following along with the series, you know that we've been pushing the get your drone skills up, get your light missile skills up, or your blaster skills up if you don't want light missile skills. And it kind of goes with this idea of that there are some really good ships called the Gila. First and foremost, the Gila is the cruiser version. It's incredibly, ridiculously good of a ship. But we're going to be focusing, and we're going to start on the Worm, which also uses those drone skills heavily, and as well as some light missile skills and frigate skills. Um, so if you've been following along with us, you have, I guess, decently good enough frigate skills and enough bankroll to be able to afford a worm, which is going to be slightly more expensive than your regular standard, like a T1 cruiser or whatever. Maybe not T1 cruiser, but like, yeah, it's fairly expensive for its size. So the Abyss is not something I recommend you immediately start out with. So again, if you've been following along, you want to start with your tutorials. You want to do all of your career agent missions. You want to do your SOE Epic Arc, and then you want to do probably something else for a little while. Whether that's, like some Tristan faction warfare, some nullsec exploration, some incursions, all of these great ideas, great activities. You can watch the playlist. We have those videos up about how you can get involved with those activities. And then as you are training your skills up, as you are getting your bankroll up, you can then start to kind of transition into Abyssal stuff, and you can start on this Abyssal path. But because the Abyss is like a timed challenge single player experience, it is going to inherently rely a little bit more on like what your SP level is and how much ISK you can afford to put in your ship. Whereas like nullsec exploration, very easy skill requirement, and you can just fly a 1 million ISK ship and do a great job with it. This is where we're talking about like hundreds of millions of ISK. Uh, so, where should I run Abyssal sites after November 22nd? Okay, this is just saying, so it used to be a different way, but now you can no longer run any Abyssal sites out of the 1.0 or 0.9 security system. So that's going to be JITA. We are going to have to go away from JITA to run these. However, tier 0 through 3 can be run in 0.8 security systems with no suspect status applied. Any higher tiers run in this security space will gain suspect status. So this is basically where we're going to stay, especially as like alphas, for a incredibly long time. There is a system that is one jump away from JITA. It's called Movalin, and that is where we're probably going to be running our stuff out of. If you like to base somewhere else, you can totally do that. It's a pretty easy requirement, especially for tier 0 through 3. This is basically just a system that escalates. It puts you in more dangerous space the higher tier abyssal stuff you're doing, because it was a little bit too free and easy and safe to do really good loot activity, like some of the best in the game, tier 6 abyssals, right from JITA. It was a little too insane. Should I learn in a cruiser or frigate? Let's see what they say and what I say. Ultimately, frigs will earn more per run, but a single mistake can delete your ship. This is true. Cruiser is safer, but will earn less. Solo frigate will cap out at T2 for reliable, consistent, and realistic fits. If you want to learn to solo single account and higher tiers, then you want to eventually put the time into a cruiser. Yeah, and like solo frigates capping out at T2 is going to be like really good stuff. Well, I guess maybe not like really good, but pretty freaking good. We're definitely not going to get to T2. Pilots can run any type of frigate or destroyer. They can run a Tech 1 and a Tech 2 variant of cruisers, but cannot run T3 cruisers in the Abyss. Starter fits do not include destroyers, as they are generally more difficult to learn for newer pilots. Destroyers take the weaknesses from frigates and cruisers and put them on a single hull. That's kind of true. CJ recommends, which is Caldari Jones, CJ, recommends learning frig or cruiser instead. And I personally recommend learning frigate, because I personally recommend learning starting at a worm. I don't think the abyssals are worth your time unless you have the bankroll to afford a worm, which is going to be a little over 100 million ISK. Um, and when you can afford this worm, like if you want to get into like a cruiser to just like kind of start learning T0s and T1s, it's going to be cheaper, it's going to be safer, it's going to be slower and less money making, but it will let you learn a little bit if you're a little bit hesitant on flying your expensive frigate and it exploding. But we're going to just jump right into the frigate. So they have a link to starter fits, which we'll talk about in a little while. How much can I make? It depends. There is no speed running secret to the abyss. Well, there sort of is a speed running secret to the abyss. Randomness influences your loot values. As you go up in your tier filament and booster cost weight heavily on your actual profits. The Abyssal Tracker project collates a bunch of stuff so you can kind of get a average or a good idea of like what kind of money you're going to make. What kind of weapons and ammo should I choose? Drones! Arguably the easiest weapon system to use. These are recommended for beginners so you can concentrate on how to handle different spawns you'll encounter. Choose this damage type to match the weather's damage bonus. Yeah. With a caveat, it says don't use drone boats in darks. We'll talk about weathers in a little bit here. The weather penalty and velocity bonus severely degrades drones' damage applications. They are secondary weapons at best when used in darks, so we're not going to run darks. But yes, drones. Great. We've talked about this. This is part of why I've like led you in the direction of flying the certain ships, the Galente stuff, the Caldari stuff, the drone stuff, the missile stuff. It's all because it lets you access a wide variety of really good content with minimal like skill investment. Like these are skills that are very widely usefully good in a lot of situations. Whereas like projectile turrets are way too hard for people learning the game to even try and start interpreting like how to use them correctly. And then like lasers again are like pretty niche. They're locked to a certain damage type, which is definitely a downfall. Drones and missiles are not locked to damage types. Huge bonus there. And then the second thing they say missiles. For cruisers, heavy assault missiles are a solid choice for the primary system. We're not running heavy assault. We haven't learned heavy assault missiles. You certainly can learn hams. They're a very good skill, but they are going to get a little bit more niche because whereas like light missiles get you light missiles for destroyers and frigates and rapid light missiles for cruisers, whereas heavy assault missiles are only a cruiser weapon platform. You'll need application rigs and mods, usually two webs are preferred, to apply well to the frigates. Rapid light missile launchers don't do enough damage past calm T1 filaments. This is pretty true, and should only be used as supplementary systems. Rapid light missile launchers can start timing out even if in T1 if the pilot doesn't have T2 missiles trained and equipped. Yeah, we've definitely earlier we were doing a little bit of testing, and we definitely realized that the rapid light missiles for Abyssals in T2 was not cutting it. So if you do want to, except for like you're going to be using rapid light missile launchers for the Gila, so it's fine. That's also like why there's a caveat there. In smaller holes, solo runners typically use rockets for the extra damage. Running multiple ships in higher tiers typically uses light missiles for extra range flexibility. When starting out as a new pilot, Tech 1 and faction missiles and faction frigates likely will not meet the damage requirements for T0 T1 solo when equipped with light missiles. What is it saying? In smaller holes? Oh, they use rockets for the extra damage. Yes. So again, rockets are basically the equivalent of hams for frigates. However, the worm, much like the Gila, is special, and we're going to be using light missiles for it. Turrets. Turrets' performance is far more dependent on the player piloting ability than other types, which, as a new player, as an alpha player, I hate to say it, but you probably don't have great player piloting ability, particularly with larger turrets. Utilizing turret-oriented cruisers in the Abyss normally recommends for more experienced players seeking an extra challenge. Tell me more about drones. We're not going to worry about drones. Don't worry about this. It's good to know, but it's a whole extra topic there. What weather should I do? Run the weather for what the fit is optimized. And we're going to be talking about our worm fit here in a little bit. But basically, some ships are naturally geared towards more or less weathers. Let's talk about the weathers because they talk about the weathers here. Um, Yeah, so the weathers that provide a resist penalty against your resist do as well to the NPCs. Remember, it does not allow you to do extra damage. It allows you to do up to your maximum paper damage when resists are concerned. Hey, Ronnie, 07, welcome in. So first weather we have is electrical. This is not going to tell me exactly what it is. So if we go to Eve Wiki, again, Eve Wiki is a super good resource for you. I highly recommend any and all of your questions go to them. They're 98% of the time right. Here we have the weathers of the Abyss. You got electrical, exotic, firestorm, gamma, and dark. So each of these gives a penalty to one of your resistances, except for dark, which gives a penalty to your turret, optimal, and fall off, including your drones. Drones are all turret-based weaponry, so this hurts their turret, optimal, and fall off. And also, there is a bonus. So like electrical gives you, it says minus 50% capacitor recharge, which is like a capacitor bonus. And then you got scan resolution, armor HP, shield HP, which is your buffers, or maximum velocity, which means you go fast and the enemy goes faster. These also all apply to the enemy. So if you want to be doing more damage to the enemy and giving them more armor and shield HP, then maybe you want to go Firestorm Gila. But like sometimes it's like really nice because your ship is very specifically good with explosive damage. Like a projectile turret is mainly explosive damage, most of all of the time. But with this in mind, you're gonna like look at your ship. You're gonna figure out what bonuses it's good at, what penalty it wants to be doing. If it's like locked to a certain damage type, which in the case of the worm, there's a bonus to missile damage for kinetic and thermal. So we're already going to be looking specifically at firestorms or exotics. And do we want more armor HP on our shield ship and giving them more armor as well? Or do we want 50% scan resolution, which we already have great scan resolution. We don't really need the scan resolution, but seems better than thermal. And it also, I guess we'll talk a little bit about the drones very shortly, because drones, if we go back up here, Caldari has the third best tracking and speed drones, the second best damage, and the best shield tank. So our drones are going to be very good at shield tanking. They're going to have second best DPS and third best tracking and speed. But suffice it to say, sometimes your drones, a lot of times, will get attacked a lot. The worm also gives a bonus to your drone HP, and it means you have high shield buffer for your drones, which means that their natural regen is going to be higher.
Right now, so pause your fucking game.
Also, wonderful ad time. Okay. So let's see what they say about exotic. Good for drone boats, especially Gilas, with no real downsides. The popular Caldari heavy assault cruiser, the Cerberus, is bonus towards kinetic damage. Hawks and Hookbills are also bonus towards kinetic. As you go up higher in the tier, all three of these ships are seen more often in darks, though. Gilas and Ishtars are the common ship of choice at higher tier exotics. And then there's Firestorm. Thermal damage is common between many of the threatening abyssal spawns. Taking a penalty to this resistance can be deadly for the unprepared. Most NPCs in the Abyss are armor tanked and feature remote armor repair. Improving these tanks with the 50% armor buffer bonus can be very limiting for any pilot that enters a firestorm. You still have the same 20-minute timer as any other weather. In most situations, any ship that can perform well in a firestorm can stomp a different weather type in the same tier. In firestorms, you should take weather bonuses. You should take whatever bonuses you can from a ship. While you cannot get with matching your damage type to the weather penalty and other filaments, Caldari Jones does not recommend doing this in firestorms. Yeah, so drone boats like the Sacrilege, laser boats, Ikatersa, and autocannon boats are common hull types that can do primarily thermal damage under the right scenarios. So firestorms are, in general, always going to be the hardest kind of weather. So we're going to definitely be doing exotics. How much EHP and effective hit points and DPS do I need? It depends. Yeah, spawn compositions within a room is randomized. We don't have genuine worst case numbers for all scenarios like all other PvE. So most fits mitigate danger through your flying and targeting priorities, not through face tanking. This means you're almost certainly going to lose some ships while you learn how to fly. You are going to lose ships in the Abyss, I guarantee it. So it's good to have enough money to be able to buy another one right off the bat if you want to keep doing Abyssals, or having an activity that you can always fall back onto. Okay. Where was I? That said, there are some minimum DPS requirements in lower tiers. You want a minimum of 90 DPS in either EM or thermal damage to clear T0. You want a minimum of 150 in T1, which is what we're going to be shooting for, to clear battleship spawns and times. Running with less can be viable, but there are spawn combos that can kill you through time limit. As you go up in tier, your own experience matters more and more. Be careful taking arbitrary EHP numbers from people, as it is not a guarantee for success. Yeah, so the Abyss is very much like a learn as you go kind of thing. You're gonna lose ships while you're learning, but the common rule of thumb that I have learned is that if you consistently have over 5 minutes remaining in any tier of Abyss, let's call it like 6 or 7 minutes remaining in any tier of Abyss, you are definitely ready to move to the next tier. So like if you're clearing T1s with 6 minutes to spare, you're probably ready for T2s. The recommendation above bare minimum requirements for experienced pilots. If you're new, you should aim for significantly higher than this to account for application issues, extra flight time, and mistakes. Yes. If you want to help analyze if room compositions, you can support Shiva's telemetry project by downloading it and submitting your runs. Check Abyssal telemetry for more. We'll do that. Maybe never. Should I collect all the cans? So, okay. In the Abyss, there are 3 cans. And we can probably talk about this in the Abyss as well. But there's one main can that we can go for, and then there's 2 like secondary
The
cans.
secret word was spoken by Stream Elements.
Fuck
Give
you,
them
Stream
a prize
Elements.
now.
What the fuck did you say? Husky Lord. Thank you for the follow, Husky Lord. Yeah, so there are 3 cans. You generally only want to go for the main can, the bioadaptive cache, until you get like pretty high up in the tiers. And we'll see what they have to say about this.
Make sure you re-enable the secret word.
Yeah, let me do that. Okay, so Hyper's recommendation is not at first. Get used to the fit and tier. Don't make more time in a room than you need to. Once you know your limits, feel free to lay down an MTU, pop the extra cans if that's your thing. But blitzing to get an extra filament in the same amount of time is also a popular strategy, especially once you start using drugs. We're going to immediately start using drugs, I think. In a cruiser, collecting all the side cans will usually increase your run value by 33 to 50%. These numbers are for personal observation, not hard data. Please be aware the side can values are incredibly random. In frigates, destroyers, you only get extra loot from the main bioadaptive cache, so the side cans tend to be worth less your time. Yeah. Microwave driver afterburner. We're not going to worry about that. We're just going to be using a afterburner. If you aren't already an Abyss expert, the microwave drive is more likely to hurt than help. It isn't usually recommended for cruisers, and there are some fits that it shouldn't be used on. Period. If you aren't sure, then we'll start with an AP. Yeah, I agree with that. What booster should I use? We'll talk about that maybe later. Don't worry about that. I heard about getting ganked. Yes, it happens. It's not going to happen to us until we're like doing higher tier Abyssals. So it's not really going to happen in Movalin. Are these BPCs worth building? Generally not. So we're going to get a lot of like blueprint copies. We'll talk about their values when we find them. How much is this mutated Abyssal module worth? Don't worry about that. What are these, Lashak? Don't worry about that. I don't want to fly that ship. How can I make my favorite ship work? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Where are people I can fly with? Don't worry. I'm just here to earn IS. Give me a Gila fit. Yeah. So we'll eventually be doing that. Where can I learn more? Good topic there. What do I do with the loot? You sell it. Cool. They got some good charts, and that is pretty much it for the FAQ. Moving on. We have enemy info and room tips. So again, there are 3 rooms that you go through, and they can be a mixture variety of all of these different ones. So we are right now only interested in T1. And we're going to see what are the dangerous rooms in a T1. We're starting from T0. Oh yeah, I guess we're gonna do 1, maybe 2 T0s just to like show you them. How am I using this table? These tables are interactive and can be sorted. They can be searched. Okay, this isn't super useful. Maybe there's none in T1 that we need to worry about. Oh no. Okay, so a better thing that I like for this is actually the Eve Wiki. So if you go to Eve Wiki, you can go possible rooms in Abyssal Dead Space. And then we're going to be looking at T1 Abyssal Dead Space. So there are Eating Com rooms, Rogue Drome rooms, Angel Cartel, Sleeper, Triggs, and Sancha Nation rooms. So here you can have, basically it shows you all the rooms. It says spawn 2 to 3 ships in a room of any one type. Pacifiers have high DPS in multiple numbers. So basically, as you start a tier, you should probably look through all of these and see like what are the new rooms that they're adding. And basically, all of the tiers just like add on stuff. So like I think it's up to T3 that they add new kinds of rooms, and then T4, 5, and 6 they just add more things in those different kinds of rooms. But basically, you can read Marshall deals high damage against slow ships, never stop moving. Spawns with no shield, 28% armor and full structure, but will repair if given enough time. So definitely want to like try and kill that ASAP. And there are also these information things here. It says the something grip Teresa, so it'll be like Spark Grip Teresa, has very high damage and tracking, but low range, less than 15 kilometers. And this room in particular is crazy. If you get close to this thing, it's going to explode you. And it says Grip Dressers have very high tracking and damage, making it one of the most deadly enemies in T1 Abyssals. Frigate flyers fly beyond 15 kilometers away from it. So that's definitely something that we need to know and remember if we see one of those. And then it's gonna be problematic toward frigate user in large groups. And basically, we're gonna like look at the room, and then we're gonna go back to this page, and we're gonna like look at that room, and see what we need to do about it. But here is a resource for all of those different things. There are a bunch of different starter fits. Again, this is like Caldari Jones' site. There's some starter fits for you, some T1 solo frigates, T2 solo frigates. If you don't want to do what I'm doing, which my T1 solo frigate is basically the first choice for Caldari Jones' T1 solo frigate. I've made some modifications to it, but it's very similar. All of this stuff is very good for them. And then there's the Povertilla, like poverty, Gila, right? Or the passive Povertilla. And those are going to be basically what we move on to from the worm. So once we're feeling really good in the worm, we know how to handle T1 very good. We're making a lot of good money from it. We're then going to eventually be ready to move up into the Gila and start doing some T2s, get used to T2s, move up to T3s, and do mainly focus in on T3s. The Povertillas can do T4s, but that is with like good skills and probably like some Omega stuff. So I don't know if an Alpha will ever be able to do a T4 Povertilla stuff, but you can still definitely do T3s with it, and it'll be really good. But like that's one of the routes where you might want to not be an alpha player if you want to go into higher tier abyssals. Because again, we said it before, but like abyssals are you versus the challenge room, which means things like your at skill point level, your XP level is more important than in other activities. But also, it takes a whole lot of like pilot skill. Doing abyssals is going to make you a much better pilot for sure in this game. You're going to be double clicking in space. You're going to be situationally aware. So getting more experienced as a player and more experienced as a character is really going to help you get higher and higher in the abyssals. And then Gustav's Gamma Fit Gila FAQ, don't worry about that. CJ's fits, don't worry. Torv's fits, don't worry. And then lastly, we're going to. This is the Eve Uni Abyssal Wiki, which I think we probably already have up. Let me just click these links. Yep, we have this up, so it's even in the message of the day. NPC reference. Oh, this is like for all of the game. We don't really care about that. Don't care about telemetry. And then there's another site called Abyssal Tracker. This tracker is a very good site, lots of good information. If you're looking for a like specific fit for a specific ship that you want to like move on to later, if you don't like the Gila and if you don't like the worm, or you're just looking for something different, lots of fits here, lots of data correlate gathering information here. Most popular holes, as you can see, Gila has just by itself 31%. Everything else pales in comparison, and then other, I don't know what other means, but oh right, like so these are the top 6, and then if you're not in the top 6, you're in other. But like a single ship, Gila having 31%, Worm having 9.5%. There's a reason I'm suggesting these things to you. And then most popular classes. And here is the table of loot values. So if we go to tier 1, frigate medium is about 5.2 million per run for T1, whereas if we were to do like a T2 cruiser, which is like if you're not running a Gila, the best you can do is like a T2 cruiser pretty much, for like T1 stuff, right? For where we're at, alpha stuff, is going to be 5.4 million. So if you can do a T2 faster than you can do a T1 in a frigate, you will make slightly more money. However, spoiler alert, we're going to be able to run T1s much, much faster than we are going to be able to run a T2 cruiser. That's why we're running these Gila frigates. And then if we go up to T3, we start to go into cruiser. T3 is going to be about 12 million. That's why this Gila is going to like start overtaking. 12 million is going to be a lot more than our worm's going to be doing, which is 5 million. Again, the worm is going to be completing a site faster than the Gila T3, but I don't know if it's going to be like more than double, right? Because you need to like run 2.5 T1s to get up to like that 12 million. T4, if we can manage to get our Gila to a T4, which I don't think we can do as an alpha, you start getting 32 million ISK per run, and it goes up and up and up. T6, you're looking at, again, these are 20-minute rooms, so assuming you take a full 20 minutes for like for a round of everything, a cruiser is going to be getting 127 million. Times that by 3, you're looking at like 400 million ISK per hour for doing like T6 Gila Abyssals. And then if you do frigates, if you do T6 multi-box 3 frigates, you're looking at 342 times 3, because each of your frigates are controlled by yourself. And you're doing that like 3 times an hour. That's a lot of money. That's a ludicrous amount of money, in fact. Oh wait, it's not times 3 that. Okay, never mind. I misspoke. Because frigates, that's going to be the total amount of loot in the room. So if you're doing T6 frigate stuff, you're going to get 342 times 3, not times 9. So you're still looking at like $1 billion an hour. Lokivol the Nub is another streamer who I definitely recommend you check out if you're interested in things like T6 frigate stuff, multi-boxing. So the money is there. Definitely the money is in Abyssals. And it's just the question of if you like the content. So now we're ready to talk about the fit. Let's talk about the worm. So this is the worm fit that I made. I have decent alpha skills. We have hit up to our 5 million mark. And these are my engineering skills. It is definitely possible that you don't have enough fitting and power grid required for this ship. But then again, mine's not crazy. I have like level 4 weapons upgrades. I'm just getting my advanced upgrades to level 3, CPU to 4, power grid managed to 4. But if you're interested in doing this, make sure you like get this fit, and I'll post it down in the description below in the YouTube video. And also maybe it might be in game. So like I submitted this for a We Hype bounty or a Just About bounty. So they might put this fit in the game actually. So hopefully it'll be easy for you to find. But it's basically a Caldari Jones fit, but I have a little bit more fitting space here. I made this rig a fitting rig, and then I changed this cap battery to a faction cap battery, which uses less fitting
The
space.
secret word was spoken by Stream Elements.
Hey,
Give them
fucking
a prize
Stream
now.
Elements, what the fuck? Okay, it must be like, I must have added... Oh, I know it. I know what's happening. Thank you for the follow, though, Canacone. Let me fix Stream Elements.
Make sure you re-enable the secret word.
Yes, yes, I shall. Okay. So this is our worm. Oh, I guess we can also talk about Caldari Jones fits. So if you go to the link in the Abyssal Lurkers chat, in-game chat, Tier 1 solo frigate fits. Omega accessible and Alpha accessible. We're going to be doing worms, drones, and light missile launchers. We could do Succubus. That's lasers. We don't like lasers. We don't recommend them. Caldari Navy Hookbill. Rockets. We're not training rockets. They're very minimally useful. And as an alpha, like all your skill points are important. Like rockets are a more niche weapon system. Beams. We don't like lasers. Beams. We don't like lasers. Fed Navy Comet, which is rails and drones. We could definitely do this, especially if you are a rail enjoyer. Again, we kind of like have two branching paths. If you want to do more PvE stuff, I did recommend going the missile path. If you want to do more PvP stuff, I did recommend going the blaster path or the hybrid turrets path. But these are going to be small rails, which are also, I mean, small rails are going to be pretty niche. But like if you're doing like frigate faction warfare, small hybrids, in which case the Fed Navy Comet could be good there. Then again, it is in the red area, so do be aware of that. Yeah, and again, we talked about like how much DPS you need, 150, and you need to be able to use a active repping module. Basically, any active repping module will work. So here, if we choose Alpha, there's fits for the worm. The other thing we liked is the exotic comet. Says bring javelin, anti-miter, and spike, which means we need two T2 hybrid blasters. and other ammo matches that charges the range you prefer. Stick with T1 Exotic as your damage is low in an Alpha Comet. Yeah, so let me just put this in fitting and see what we're looking at. It is almost certainly going to be much cheaper. Yeah, so our CPU and power grid are a little bit off. We might need to faction stuff. Skills are hurting. Oh, they have... Generally, I definitely always recommend not doing like T2 drones for alpha. Just go the faction drones. Faction drones are really good. Small railgun, small hybrid turrets, and repair systems 3, which would be super easy. So none of this is like particularly hard to do. And they got the one small armor rep. There is a fitting issue that we'd have to figure out. And they got 2 railguns. But again, 20 million ISK, much cheaper than the worm. If you want to go the hybrid turrets, this definitely could work out for you. Let's put some javelin in here. We're looking at 135, which is not 150, but I think if we had the skills, if we actually had the like small hybrid turret skill, if we had, I don't know how much T1 frigate Galente skill we have. I think probably 4. So I guess that's kind of max. But yeah, this could work. This could work if you want to do hybrid stuff. Common questions for T1 solo frigate. We've already covered this. We've covered this. What is the Teresa? It instantly killed me. Yeah, that one fucking ship. Don't go near it. How do I survive against the devoted knight or Lucifer Cinnable? So these are good preliminary things to read about. You can safely close the distance against a devoted knight and Lucifer Cinnable by double-clicking in space. You double-click off to the side of the enemy to allow you to close the range without firing directly at them. In the video below, you can see where my ship is heading with the faint blue circle and the tactical overlay. With practice, you will learn how aggressive you can be on this approach angle. If you take a bad hit or veer off to catch up on tank, go back in. Once you close enough to avoid damage, then you can select the 500-meter orbit command to safely orbit the enemy. Learning how to handle the Knight or Cinnable is one of the main requirements to being efficient in T1 solo frigate. Most of my recommended fits do more damage as you get closer to the enemy. This means you want to fight the Knight or Cinnable with a 500-meter orbit. For the Worm, we don't really need to do that, because missiles don't do more damage as they get closer. They just have like a max flight range. If you are running light missiles or drones, you can choose to outrange them. However, learning how to get under the guns is important to handle situations where you find yourself tackled. No pilot is perfect. Learn how to deal with the situation. Below is the worst case scenario when confronting a knight. I'm in a cheap Kestrel and will eat a wrecking shot when I close range. You can see that even in this setup, you will still survive. Never fly directly at devoted knights or loosable cinnables. Using the approach command, a close orbit command while at range, or the keep at range command can be lethal. Sometimes you need to double click in space. So here's a video of them doing this. Let me just... So as you can see, they're like going off to the side so they don't get hit. Misses you completely. And they just keep trying to like, ooh, there they got really smacked. They're trans-matching a little bit. So, okay, what I mean by trans-matching is that like you see this line, they're going to the right, and this player is also going to the right. It's actually lowering your traversal because you're basically like doing the same thing, which means relatively you're not moving. So I would actually rather see this person go like head off to like the left or like up or down actually. And then they were a little bit close there. They could have definitely gotten hit. But now they're like under the guns, so they're never going to get hit again. Yeah, the reason they took that wrecking shot is because they started to trans-match a bit. Which is transversal matching. I don't know if I said that. Blue-Gray spent far too much SP being a weapons generalist. Yeah, learning bumps. Yeah, and I mean, we're all going to make learning bumps. We're all going to make mistakes about how we trained our skills. It's just natural. I'm just doing my best to try and help people make less mistakes. Okay, so here it looks like, yeah, they probably just kill him there. Okay, cool. How do I beat the Kikimora? The Kikimora has an optimal range of 25 kilometers outside of darks. So that's for us, yes. If you are beyond this, then it does 0 damage. So yeah, the way Triglavian ships work is they have a max range, much like missiles, but then they're like a link, like a chain. They power up as the longer they hit you. So if you can break that chain by going too far outside, it breaks their damage ramp. Within this range, it has excellent tracking, and best case scenario, you will only mitigate damage when up close. The Kikimori is fast when using its micro-warp drive. However, when it's within range, its turret's range, it will deactivate the micro-warp drive and fall behind. If you cannot beat the Kikimora in a DPS race up close, then you must fight it from beyond 25 kilometers. This is another example where brawling in a standard frigate with low SP is risky. A cheap beam punisher with minimal skills can fire past this with radio. My T1 Dark Rifter, Hail, okay, yeah. And T1 Dark, the Kikimora range is 17.5. Don't worry about darks. So if we look at this range is going to be 11 to 4, or 4 to 11, which means this is going to be like hard for doing the Kiki stuff. Maybe a dragon. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in all of you lovely raiders. How was your stream? Tell me everything. What'd you get up to? Welcome in. This button's not working. Cool. That's fine. My name is Nth-Dimensional. I like to showcase various aspects of EVE Online and teach you how to do them to the best of your ability. Today, we are doing something pretty fun and special. We are doing our full Nubro walkthrough guide series, and we are doing the Abyssal version of it today. So we just got done talking about like all of the preliminary stuff about like what are Abyssals, what are some ships, and how you might want to start getting started. And now we're going to be looking into our Wormfit and getting into it. Learning to fight, yeah. Okay. So here is my fit. Let's just talk about it. Light missile launchers. We have T2. You want T2 light missile launchers, which again means like this is not an activity. You could probably use your free 1 million skill points to get directly into this if you wanted to, but that doesn't solve your money issue as well, because again, it's going to be about 115 million ISK to buy this ship, and you probably want a little extra reserve on the back end too in case you immediately lose it. So start training up those light missiles, and you can get T2 light missile launchers.
You are forcing your viewers to watch an ad right now, so pause your fucking game.
What a terrible fucking time to get ads. Maybe said they convinced me to do art instead of an agent mission. Oh, nice. And now I have inspiration. You gotta run. Have a great stream. All right. You have a great stream as well. Or great day. For our medium slots, we have a small shield booster. Again, T1 frigates, all you need is a small active booster of some kind, armor or shield. This works. We have an Afterburner that an alpha can use. It's just a meta one. We have this cap battery, because without it, our cap runs out very shortly. And with it, it still runs out in like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we need to be careful with not always having our stuff online, because we are not stable. And that's just something that you have to live with. The faction cap battery is more expensive. It's definitely a luxury purchase. If you don't need the fitting space, you could definitely get away with like a basic like T2 small cap battery. And then we actually have a dead space item here on this fit, the Gistum B Kinetic Shield Amp, and it's because it's very cheap. It's like maybe a few million ISK. And it gives us really good kinetic resist. Because we are doing exotics, which make us have minus kinetic resist, having that be the biggest, juiciest, highest resist that we have is nice. And for our lows, we have 2 drone damage amp 2s. Definitely getting this up to T2 is important for your skills, which takes an amount of skills, but the drone damage 2s are really good. So definitely learn those. In our rig slots, we have some EM resistance, just to give us a little bit more EM resistance when they do EM damage to us, particularly like the Thunder Childs. And then we have thermal resistance. A lot of ships do thermal damage in Abyssals. Particularly, so like the Triglavian rooms with their damage ramping, like because you're going to like because there's a lot of them generally, they're going to ramp up to you and they're going to be doing a lot of damage, and some of the highest damage is these Triglavian enemies. So thermal damage resistance is probably, in my opinion, the most important resistance to have the highest. So for that, we have another version. We only have 55%, which isn't great, but you know, it's fine. That's what we're working with. And then the processor overclocking is just for fitting space as well. If we have a lot better skills in all of our fitting skills, we probably could get away with it. And in fact, I think I'm gonna learn all these skills and see if we can get rid of it. So weapon upgrades is CPU, yes. So I'm finally using my 1 million free skill points.
Skill training completed.
Skill at installing such as signal amps, coprocessors. Okay, none of that actually affects us. Energy good. Skill at installing power upgrades, capacitor batteries. We have that. Power diagnostic units. We don't. Okay. However, that's going to take 19 days. That's not an efficient use of our time. So we're just going to not have that. Weapons upgrade also took 19 days. I did see that. But weapons upgrades is a very good skill. Because you're always going to be using weapons, right? And they, like, especially missiles, take a lot of CPUs to use. So this is going to save us relatively a lot of CPU. Okay, so now, if we take this off, okay, we do actually have enough CPU. So in that case, I'm probably just going to put on another resistance module. And it's probably going to be EM. Oh wait, no, I'm going to put in a capacitor module. No, I'm just going to run it. I'm going to run it how I actually have it. That way I can just make sure it's all good. But if you don't need the rig, then you don't have to have the rig. But if you do need the rig, you can have the rig. And then in our cargo hold, we have some drugs, which help with our capacitor. We have some drugs that help with our repping ability. These are very Synth and T1 dose 1 are very cheap, very easy drugs to use. And then we have a very cheap and easy implant set, which helps our capacitor, light missiles, and agility. They're all like 1%. That's why they have a 1 at the very end. You can't see it here, but like they do all have a 1 at the end. 1, 1, 1. Which means 1%. And then the number before that is going to be the slot that they use. So your head has something like 17 slots. 1 through 5 is for like ability boosters, which we're not going to deal with. They're generally very expensive. 6 through 10 are these like easy to use stuff that definitely going to be using those. And then 11 through like 17 or whatever it is going to be like boosters and stuff like that. Okay. And then lastly, we have 99 common static filaments, which sounds like a lot, but we use 3 every time, so really it's only 33 runs. And if we expect us to do a run every 10 minutes, that means we're going to be using 6 runs per hour. So 99 filaments is 5 hours worth. Is that correct? Yeah. So I guess it is a good amount, but they're also very cheap. They're incredibly cheap. Let's go ahead and hit fit, ship, buy all. And again, our offense, even without missiles, is 166. So we're above that 150 mark with just our drones, which are going to be the Caldari Navy Hornets. And we have a shield booster, so we have that goodness there. Oh, cool, it's only 103. Maybe we have one of these mods already hanging around or something. All right. Are you ready to go into the Abyss? Because I'm ready. We do not have any skins for the worm, but that's okay. It looks cool anyways. We go ahead and highlight all these, right-click, and hit plug-in. These put them into our head. Then we go to our character, augmentations. We see slot 6 through 10. So if our pod dies, these die. But we can also save these by pod jumping to, or jump cloning to like another area. So like if I were to jump clone here, and then like self-destruct, I would be in Jita and I would have another Jita clone with my pod implant, which hopefully we will survive, and I will show you that at the end. Or I guess I could show it to you now. It's same one half another. Yeah, so if we jump here, this is the place we were doing abyssals, or not abyssals, incursions, but the incursion has moved on, so it doesn't really matter. So now we're jumping, jumping, jumping. Okay, and here you see we have a clone in Jita, and it has all of these implants in it. Awesome, awesome. And then if we go to home station, our home station is Jita. So once we hit this self-destruct, it says you will self-destruct and the new clone in Jita will be around. So easy as that. We are now in Jita, no augmentations, and have a jump clone, our Abyssal jump clone, safe and secure, so we can jump into it whenever we want to do Abyssals and jump out of it whenever we don't want to do Abyssals. Whenever you jump away from the station you were in, you do get this jump clone timer, which starts at 24 hours. However, you can jump in the same system for free. Or not for free ISK, sometimes it costs ISK, right? Yeah, so you're going to have to pay like 1,000,000 ISK to jump, but there's no timer associated with it. So we can go ahead and hit jump again. Now we have our clean clone in Jita, and we are in our Abyssal clone. We can go into our ship hangar, hop into our worm again, make sure everything is online and looking good. Nothing is unhighlighted. Nothing's like looking like that, right? So we're good there. We use Scourge very light because this is going to be doing the most damage, and because it's like a light missile, we don't really need that application, especially because we have light drones as well. And we're using Scourge because we get particularly a bonus to kinetic or thermal missiles, and the weather we're going into, exotic, gives them a negative kinetic, so we're using kinetic damage. That's it, it's all coming together. And then we have Nanite Repair Paste because we might want to overheat some stuff sometimes. So easy peasy. Oh, I was going to do a T0 first. Let me dock back up and get some T0 filaments.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So we want Tranquil. You can see the tier of filament based on how many pips it has. So like Raging has 4. Fierce has 3, T3. Tranquil has 0, so T0. Let's bring 6 of these. Let's just do 2 of these. And I said I like Movelin, so let's go ahead and go to Movelin.
Warp drive active.
I have the tracking on. How do I... Oh wait, it's... Control 5? I'm trying to remember my keybinds. Okay, it was Control 4. What was Control 5? Oh, right. It was bindings, or brackets. Alright, so here I just have this little, like, spot. This is my little safe spot. We can put all of our drones into a combat group. Link all of our weapons together. Move all these over here. I like my passive modules just out of the way. So if we go into our inventory here, all you got to do is double click, choose 3 frigates, and then if you are doing frigate stuff or destroyer stuff, you have to be in a fleet. So if you go to your fleet window, which if you go to your Neocom, where is it? Social fleet, it'll bring up a window that kind of looks like this down here. And then you can go fleet, form fleet, and easy as that, you are in a fleet of your own now. And after our session change happens, we should be able to activate. And right before we do, we're going to highlight our drugs, and we're going to consume both of these drugs. Little Abyssal trace appears, and you activate gate, and activate it. Alright, we have a Spark Lance Tesla and an Ember Needle Tesla. So as you get in here, you have a little bit of invulnerability timer. So a minute, actually. So we're going to use this time to look at the Ember Needle and Spark Lance in Abyssal, our possible rooms. We're in T0. So these are going to be rogue drones. So Ember Needle and Spark Needle. Typical spawn is 2 to 3, 4 different variants, Spark, Ember, Strike, and Blitz with different of damage types. So now, if we go to the reference sheet, Astrothi's reference sheet, here, these are going to be rogue drones. Spark is EM, Ember is thermal, Strike is kinetic, and Blast is explosive. So we're going to then look at what our lowest resist profile is and determine which of these drones can do the most to us. We should probably also start moving because our invulnerability timer is up. I'll pretty much always have your Afterburner on. And if we look at our resistances, EM, so Spark, is going to hurt us the most. And then Ember, which is fire, thermal, is going to hurt us the second most. This is nice. So our resistance profile is actually EM, thermal, kinetic, explosive, in terms of like what we hate the most. So let's also turn on our shields. I use hotkeys for everything. I need to make a video about my hotkey setup. So we killed that. Drones are going after that guy. And then this biocombative cache is where the loot is. So we're going to send our drones to attack it, and our missiles. Easy peasy. Loot it. Return our drones. And then enter. The enter key is the hotkey for loot all. You can also just click loot all, but here we made a million ISK already. Good job us. And then we can go here. But before we do that, I want to talk about these towers. So this is a short-range multi-body tracking pylon. There are a number of towers in the Abyss. And if you show info on them, I think they will tell you what they do. Yeah. So it appears to be designed for support ships by increasing their tracking capabilities within a short proximity field. So if you're within, I think, 15 kilometers, will it tell us here? Yeah, optimal range, 15 kilometers. You're going to get some tracking bonus. But the enemy is also going to get some tracking bonus. So that would be helpful for our drones if we wanted our drones to track. It doesn't affect missiles, and it would make the enemies track better as well. So generally, we don't want to be near them. We also want to remember to turn off our shield booster because, again, we're not cap stable. So here we have a striking Damavik. Again, we have a little bit of an invulnerability timer, even though we're moving here. So we want to quickly look at striking Damavik, which is going to be a Triglavian. Has fast speed, making applying damage difficult sometimes. Okay, so it's just good at not getting hit, but doesn't seem to have a lot of damage or anything. We're going to go ahead and orbit the cache. We're going to release the drones and start firing. I come from a land down under. You can also lock up the cache. If we're trying to save some time, we can go ahead and shoot the cache while our drones take care of that guy. Loot it, and head on over to the conduit. So that's the second room done. We can go ahead and run our shield booster a little bit. Just regain our shields to full. Come from a land down under. Yeah, this is a good cover. So in this room, we have another striking Damavik. We're just going to rinse and repeat. Our missile range is 20 kilometers. So we're going to fire one missile at that guy, and then we're going to fire some more missiles at the cache. And see this yellow box? That means we know that he's actually after our drones. Because we're the only ones in here. If he's not red boxing us, it means he's red boxing our drones. But again, we have faction drones. Let's also show loot here. Let me stop moving. We right click this, and we're going to visibility overview for rec. We're going to show this on our PvE tab. So now it will show up. We can easily right click it, get some more money. Return our drones. Always remember to return your drones. Be a good drone parent. And that is a T1 or a T0 Abyssal. This is our third room. We have 13 minutes to spare. As you can see, your little timer up here. So we're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. And then let's go ahead and make a second safe so we can warp to each of them really quickly.
Warp drive active.
Because otherwise we'd have to wait for this to despawn. That's probably good. Is it the case that you need something like a worm? What's the usual fit cost? So we talked about all of this in the beginning, but I personally recommend doing other activities until you can afford the worm and have the skills to be able to fit this fit, which is about a little over 100 million ISK. You can do it in other cheaper frigs. The other one that I would recommend is the Fed Navy Comet, which is gonna, I think, be about 33 million ISK. But if you were doing like some faction warfare, small hybrid turret stuff, then you're gonna be already more trained into that. It is gonna be worse than the worm. It's gonna be harder. It's gonna be slower, but it will get the job done, and it will be cheaper, and it can still be fun. But like, I definitely like, you should be, if you really like to do the Abyss, especially as an alpha, you need to like be training into the Gila. And the best way to do that is to train into the worm. So let's go ahead and just do another T0. But yeah, if you join the in-game channel called Abyssal Lurkers, there is a bunch of really good links in it. One of them in particular is like T1 frigate fits for alphas or something, or starter fits or something. And there you can see some examples of like what you might want to fly. So this is a Lucifer Sword Spine. So that's going to be an angel ship. How do you know what these are? You don't, but you'll eventually learn. Like, it's a learning experience, right? Only one frigate will spawn. Lucifer Sword Spine has a target painter E-War. That's all there is to it. So this guy is going to be better at tracking us. So, and again, it's a learning experience. You want to learn these names and what they do by heart. Because eventually you need to be able to look at these things and understand what priority is what. Like, generally, getting target painted isn't the worst, except for maybe this guy's in a room with a cruiser that does a lot of damage but has low tracking, and then like maybe you don't want to take more damage, so you want to get rid of the tracking, and this guy's like weak, right? So you can kill him very easily and quickly. So you got to figure out like what ships you want to kill and when you want to kill them. Worm to Gila. I remember Raph did that too. Yeah. It is the correct choice. As much as I hate to say it's the correct choice, it really just is. So here's a cloud. So let's actually go through the cloud. You can see this is like a white cloud, right? And if we go into it, we're going to get a bonus. So this is our weather bonus. But now we are in the white tachyon cloud. 300% max velocity bonus and minus 50% inertia bonus, which minus inertia bonus is a good. So this thing is called the speed cloud, and it will yeet you out of the fucking world, especially if you have a micro warp drive on. You're gonna like go outside the boundary. So what I didn't actually talk about is the Abyss is a big old sphere. You're in a spherical room, and if you go outside of the boundaries of the spherical room, you will start to take damage. The further out you are, the more and more damage you will take. So you generally want to avoid being outside there, and you'll see like a big old red like sphere when you get close to the edge. This guy is an Ephtatotl's Lancer, which is a sleeper. And this says only one cruiser will spawn, orbit at a close distance, or outrange it. It doesn't tell us what its range is, though, which is a little shitty. But, you know. We don't want to get hit by this guy. We want to not get tracked by him, because cruisers do a lot of damage, and we're a little frigate, so just don't get hit by him, right? So we're going to orbit him close. Make sure we also bring out our drones. that helps. These amazing alien landscapes. Yeah. Fucking the Abyss looks so good. Like, look at this shit. Let's go ahead and start heading up to the cache. Do a little rounds of shield boosting. So whenever you're going up to the cache, a little pro tip that I have is that you should orbit at 500, because when you kill it, if you are orbiting 500, you will continue going in the vector you were going in, which is pretty close to right in front of it. Whereas if you hit approach, whenever you approach something that is no longer a target, your ship will just start stopping, which is not great. You never want to really be stopped in these things. And speaking of, when you go into a new room, you will like be going full speed forward, but you will still have that little invulnerability timer, so don't worry about it too much. So a devoted hunter, that's going to be Angel, or wait, that's going to be Sancha. Most dangerous spawn in T0 Abyss. Oh shit, high DPS. Most low investment frigates will require a liberal overheating of tank modules. All right. So we're going to go ahead and just orbit the cache. Release our drones. We definitely do not want to get shot by this guy. So with drones, you want to have the highest traversal you can. Yeah, let's turn on our fucking shield booster. So, like, if we could get close to him and, like, orbit him closely, that would be probably pretty helpful. But also, like, he's a frigate, so his gun optimal range is probably pretty close. So, generally, missiles have, like, longer range. He didn't seem very hard, though. So, again, now that we've, like, tackled the hardest T0 room, right? We feel that we are ready for some T1 stuff.
Hey bitch, you are forcing your viewers to watch an ad right
Ad
now.
time.
So pause your fucking game.
Let's see here. So doing those two T0s, we have gotten an estimated 5 million ISK. And it took like a total of 10 minutes, right? That can be useful as a relic site to avoid getting hunted. He goes to your right and you go to left for better traversal. Yeah. So if I really needed more traversal, I could have worried about it more. I'm going to wait till after this ad to jump into the next one. But now we're going to be doing the T1 Abyssals. So let's do a quick little look at these guys. These Skybreaker Desparo troops have strong active tanks, so you need to focus them. Pacifier has high DPS in multiple numbers. Okay, so maybe focus the pacifiers. And then focus fire the Skybreakers. But again, Skybreakers do damage to our drones as well. But our drones should be able to tank it because they are the Cal Navy Hornets. And then Marshal deals high damage against slow ships, so always be moving. It shouldn't really be a problem. Rogue drones, grip terrorists are crazy. Beware of them. We've already talked about them. Can be problematic towards frigate users in large numbers, so maybe you get like a lot of these Teslas. The Teslas are just like damage stuff. Don't worry about it. Oh, whoops. I didn't want to click on that. Just hover over it. The lances do double the damage of needles. So definitely take out the lances first. And then Striking Namavik is a rare spawn, lower the numbers of enemies in a room. So seems probably fine. And then Overminds have very high HP. Timeout Killer in T1 Abyssal. Then again, we have a lot of DPS, so this shouldn't really be a problem. Angel Cartel, Lucifer Echo webs and warp scrams you, while Lucifer Fury Cap neutralizes you. Oh, so this is saying you're going to get 3 of either the Dramiel, Echo, Medusa Fury, or Sword Spine. So beware of the Echo webs and scrams. And then the Lucifer will neutralize us. So we definitely don't want Cap Newt. Cinnable is a tough enemy equipped with a web, newt, and fast speed, often kills unsuspecting frigate units. So definitely be aware of the Cinnable and stay outside of its web range. Web range is generally going to be about like 10 to 15 kilometers. So as long as we're like staying like 15 to 20, our missiles go 15 to 20, we should hopefully be fine there. And we might need to kill like the Echo because it webs. And we might need to kill the Fury because they neutralize. And then a rare Angel Spawn with quite an easy enemy. Also, this probably helps you see this. Alien movie ad. Wonder we'll be getting living spaceships in Eve. Okay. Sleepers. Maximum of 3 enemies per room. Firewatcher has 8 gigajoules per second cap neutralizer, while Warden has web. Probably newts is more important to us. Maximum of 2 enemies per room. Upholder has 15-kilometer webs, while Sentinel has 15 gigajoules per second cap newts. Jeez. Information here. The Cruiser, the Lucid Watchman, Upholder, Sentinel, deals quite high damage. Variants are both problematic, but rare. Then there's maximum of 2 enemies per room here. Carabitos Tyrannos, which Abyssal players like to lovingly call this character Karen, has very poor tracking. She never hit as long as you don't fly straight at her. Karen rarely doesn't spawn. So this is called the Karen room. And basically you kill the other things while you start to approach and orbit Karen. And then this is a DPS check room. Most tankiest enemy in T1 Abyss. Poor aim and slow missiles that never hit anything makes it non-threatening. Kills runners by timeout. So we don't want too many Lucid Deep Watchers. For the Trigs, Kiki is one of the more dangerous enemies in T1 Abyssals with its high potential and decent tank. These guys have fast speed and armor repair each other, can cause timeout on low tracking application or low DPS fits. Shouldn't be a problem for us. Spawns relatively harmless drones, which do not need to be destroyed to unlock the gate. Yeah, we'll show those when they show up. Dragovac has poor tracking and is half damage. Shouldn't be a problem for us. Leshak has poor tracking on whole half damage. Again, shouldn't be a problem for us. Lastly, Shansa's Nation. Devoted Hunters times 3, so if 3 Devoted Hunters come instead of any Trappers or Torchbearers. It's one of the worst combinations in T1 Abyss. Very high damage. And then the Devoted Knight, we've already taken care of them in the T1, right? Devoted Knight has a strong web and newt, can easily kill an unsuspecting frigate pilot. Oh no, we killed 1 Devoted Hunter. Okay. So yeah, it's possible in a T1 Abyss to get 3 times of a heart of a room as a T0. We get 3 Devoted Hunters instead of just the 1. Okay, so now that we've read that, we are ready to start doing our T1s. And let's try and remember what the rooms are. Spark Grip Teresa. We started with this room. Of course we started with this room. Okay, remember, don't get within 15 kilometers of it. What is our drones range? We can send our drones out 35 kilometers and our targeting is 33. So as long as we stay within like 20, let's do like 17. We're gonna stay within 17. And we should be just fine. I don't like how I'm going directly away from it, because that means... Oh, wait, it has incredibly high tracking, so it doesn't matter if we're going directly away from it or if we're trying to out-track it. Either way, it's going to be able to fucking track us. So just having that range, staying out of its damage potential, that's what's most important here. And as you can see, it actually killed one of our drones. So it's important for us to watch our drones. In fact, I'm going to return specifically this one because it is being targeted. So we're yellow boxed, which means our drones are red boxed. Yeah, now this guy's hurting. Maybe I should have let it get more aggro on me before I sent out my drones. Alright, got him. Let's go ahead and approach the biocombinative cache. Start shooting it. We're also in a cloud here. Penalty to shield booster and shield duration. So basically it makes us cycle much quicker, but gives us less shield bonus, which basically means bad cap. So we do not really want to be in this like red cloud. Oh, 07 transgenic. Given that there can be different damage type enemies, do you advise bringing different drones and ammo types? It depends, but in our case situation, no. Because we're doing the exotic weather, the resistance is going to be kinetic most of the time. And we're so bonused for kinetic, we just want to stick with just kinetic. So here we have the Lucid Aegis, Lancer, and Escort, which I don't know. I'm coming up with a blank here. Maximum of 2 enemies per room. Oh wait. Yeah, so we're gonna see what these guys do. It's not at least one of the hard rooms, so we're gonna go ahead and orbit the cache. Let's kill the escort first. Just try and keep our traversal high, so like we want to keep our speed high. So here we could use Ashtarothes as well. And we will review the room after we kind of clear it a little bit, or after we start getting our damage on this guy, because he'll probably take a little bit to kill. Okay, so we go to Ashtarothes. We had sleepers. Escort does nothing. Aegis is dangerous, higher damage, yeah. What was the other one? We had an Ephetus Lancer. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, Ephetus, Lancer. Oh, it just does higher damage. And what was that last one that we killed? I forget that was the last one. It was Aegis. Was it Watcher? Oh, we should stop repping. What's that in the abyss? A hawk, a gila? No, it's a worm! A worm! Hell yeah. All right, here we have a bunch of, oh, it's the easy guys plus the striking Damavik. Again, we probably want to kill the Spark first. So let's just focus on the Spark guys. We're just going to go ahead and orbit the cache. As soon as we can get in range of them. I'm going to release my drones too. Did you warn them about the bonus room yet? What's the bonus room? Let's turn on our repper. Also, welcome in, Krishank. The trig one at like T5 that you can just skip? No, we haven't talked about the bonus room because it's not going to be relevant for an alpha player ever. But suffice to say, if you're doing T5s, there is a special room where there's a lot of Leshaks that you don't actually have to do. The gate's already open. But you can do it if you want and get some more loot. Hey, we completed some air daily goals. And go loot this wreck. And activate the gate. And that is our first T1 done. And we have 12 minutes to spare. Pretty good, pretty good. Let's go ahead and work to our other spot. And I mean, we're just gonna we're gonna rinse and repeat. We're gonna learn all about this T1 Abyss. And we're gonna make a lot of money. I'm gonna say start. And we can track our like ish per hour once we're actually doing like T1 stuff. Because we've really we've waffled and stuff a lot to get to this point. Oh. You gotta break your invuln, and then you can hit the fleet. Then you can activate. Don't get too far away from it. Alright, striking Damavik and anchoring Damavik. So, Damavik's is going to be striking, which is going to do thermal and explosive. And what was the other one? Anchoring. Anchoring is going to be warp scram. So we're not using a micro warp drive, so neither of these really matter. The striking, we don't care about thermal and explosive damage. We're good there. So I guess we're going to kill the striking first. Either one of these is fine. Oh, these are the guys that have the drones here. So as you can see, they release a whole bunch of these little vile swarmers. We really don't care about them. And we're actually going to get rid of them so we don't actually have to see them. Just helps readability a little bit. We still have our brackets on though, so we can still see them in the brackets. Unless I do this, right? Oh no, it's fine. They're still in space, so we still know where they are in space. And once you kill them, their drones just stop working. Do you find it worth it to loot the extra caches in Solo Abyss? Not until like maybe T5 or something. Looks like our drones are taking damage, which means our fucking missiles are out of range right now. That's the one problem with like drones, is that like if they start aggroing the enemy and then they just stay where you aren't, it can be a little annoying. Oh wait, our drones are... Wait, were our drones even attacking? I don't think our drones were attacking the right target. They were attacking the fucking drones. Get it together, drones. I should have just commanded them. They are auto attack and focus fire, so they are correct there. Yeah, cap isn't a problem though. I mean, like, yes, we're not stable, but it hasn't really ever been a time where we need to like stay repping. Seems like using both a ready ship and the Abyssal cheat sheet in the Eve Wiki are key to these instances. Yeah, it definitely helps a whole lot. So here we're in the Karen room. Perfect. So we can see Karen, and as long as we do not directly approach Karen, we're going to be fine. We're going to kind of go over this way. However, if you do directly approach Karen, you will die. So that's a little bit too direct approach. Let's peel off. Keep peeling off. Alright, so there she starts missing us. This is why double-clicking... This is why Abyssals make you a better pilot. As we get closer, we can start spiraling in. We have more traversal here. So I guess I should show us, like, our angular is what your traversal is. So, like, right now we're, like, 0.4. And we want to keep going higher, right? But we know we're not going to get hit at 0.4, so we can start angling in closer. So now we're at, like, 0.3, but now we're, like, quite close, so we're getting more angular. You don't have to be, like, this perfect at all. We're actually in range of her now, so we should probably start shooting at her. And what Karen does is she always tries to, like, go away from you. She wants to get that range. So what you can actually do is, like, go behind her. And if you want to, like, manually pilot behind her... Oh, I should stop repping. Then you can kind of direct her towards the center area, which helps speed up your clear times. So I'm just kind of manually piloting. Because I'm in a worm, as long as I'm like within 20 kilometers, my missiles are hitting. And I'm just trying to like keep her between me and the entrance. We bring up our overlay, like we can see she's kind of like going over this way. And she's dead. Then we go get our loot. Never ever directly approach a Karen. No eye contact. Yeah. She will for sure wreck you. What the heck? I've never seen those columns. So if you've never seen those columns, you might need to like one, pull out your overview, but also if you right click on one of your tabs, you will get this window, which lets you choose what columns you want to see. And you can also change the order. So you can say like, I want tag, then icon, then distance, name, type, velocity, angular velocity. I don't use angular velocity a whole lot, like by the numbers, so most of the time I just like keep it further in. I like to see velocity though. But yeah. So that's a Karen room. Eve is so deep. Yeah, Eve is ridiculously deep. And I mean, that's why I love it. That's why I love it. Alright, this room is an Override room, so this is just a time killer room. Again, never approach cruisers or battleships directly. Just don't. It's bad for your health. Why is this guy not showing up? Oh, he's a drone. Okay. So we do actually have to make sure that we show these drones. We're gonna kill the little spark needle guy first. Release the drones. So we can approach, but an area outside. Wait. So we can approach, but an area aside of them. Yeah. Yeah. So what I mean by approach is like literally there is a button that says approach. So like don't do this, because that's gonna go directly at them. You want to approach them, but you want to manually pilot like from slightly from the side, so that you have more traversal. Battleship guns are very hard, are very like low tracking, so it's very hard for them to actually shoot something, especially a small something. But if you're like literally like standing in front of them and they just have to shoot straight, and they don't have to do any like calculations, they're gonna shoot straight and they're gonna fucking hit you.
Thank you for subscribing, you absolute legend.
Hey, the Gronos, what's up? Welcome in. Coming in with the subby 32 in a row. Holy shit. I think you're probably #1 subber for like length. But if you come in askew, it's more difficult for them. That's cool. Yeah. And again, it comes down to this angular velocity. So like now, because we're like really under their guns, our angular velocity is 13. Crazy. They're never going to catch us. Teach me Abyssals, Daddy. Art Gravy 07. Welcome in. I will gladly teach you some Abyssals. We talked about a lot of preliminary Abyssal stuff, and now we are getting into actually running the rooms and talking about the rooms and talking about how to kill all the things. What's the difference between angular velocity and traversal? Nothing. Are you talking... Oh, transversal velocity? Okay, yeah. So, these words are used interchangeably a lot. They mean the same thing because they both mean angular velocity. Whenever someone is talking in Eve about transversal, they're talking about angular velocity. So, transversal velocity is very specifically... So, say you're approaching someone at like a 45-degree angle, right? You have your radial velocity, which is going to be like how much you are approaching them like this way, like parallel to or perpendicular to them. And then transversal is how much you are going perpendicular. So angular velocity turns that into it takes distance into account as well. So like how fast you are going around a circle around them. And this actual number is really fucking bogus of a number because it's in this number is in degrees and other calculations are in radians, and they're not consistent, which is aggravating as all hell. But as a representative number, it can still be useful. So transversal in a like larger idea is basically how close and how perpendicular you are moving across a target. So how much you need to like move your head, right, to be able to track a target is transversal. If they're really far away, even if they're like hauling ass going across your vision, it doesn't take much for you to move around because like they're really far away, right? Whereas like if they're hauling ass and they're close to your eyes, then you have to like have really good tracking to be able to like move and track them, right? So, does that make any more sense? All right. So that's our second abyssal. Nice. So dead on would be 0 transversal velocity. Yeah. So if you are approaching directly a target, you have 0 angular velocity and you have 0 transversal velocity because you don't need to move your head at all to stay locked on that bitch. And therefore the enemy's tracking doesn't matter. Like they could have like 0.00001 tracking because they don't have to move. Doesn't matter. That's 100%, right?
Warp drive active.
And that's why like tornadoes can kill like frigates. They can alpha frigates. Even though they're using very large guns, if the frigate isn't moving, doesn't matter. The tornado's gonna hit that bitch. But an angle would be a fractional amount only available by space clicking or orbiting. I don't know exactly what you're saying there. Oh, whoops. Activate the gate. Oh, we got another fucking Spark Grip Terissa room.
Hey, bitch.
Which means they're
you
gonna
are
eat
forcing
my
your viewers
drones.
to watch an ad right now, so pause your fucking game.
Ads. Oh, well, at least we've already done this room. You guys know what's going on. So we're going to orbit this guy at, I don't know, like 15, let's do like 16 kilometers. And I'm going to try and like really have it hate me. Yeah, let's actually do like something like 11 kilometers. So hopefully it hates me enough that it doesn't want to eat my drones. It's a balancing act. When you use approach, it'll fly directly at something, yes. When you use orbit, it'll fly kinda at it. It's not as good as clicking in space, but it isn't as bad as approach. Yeah, exactly, Jigglypuff. So the way like you get into orbit, oh Jesus fuck. Oh, why am I so close to it? Holy shit. Get away from it. Please, 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 please do not die. I don't want to die yet. Okay, yeah. So we shouldn't have just hit orbit like 15 kilometers or whatever because my ship was moving forward and then like it had to like try and back out to get back to its proper orbit. I should have definitely... also my fucking Hornet's gonna die now. Yep, dead Hornet. Let's bring this Hornet back. This fucker's a balancing act from hell. Shields, yeah. Definitely shields. Oh, here's the edge. Like, can you see that little red tint here? I don't know how well that shows up on stream. But as you get closer to the edge, you can like more and more see its boundaries until you cross the boundaries. And there's talented to both chat and run this. Aw, thanks. I mean, I'm not super talented. There are definitely more better Abyssal runners than me. Damn it, Jim, I'm an engineer. Yeah. All right, so our drugs just ran out. So we're gonna go ahead and I don't know if you heard it, but I could hear that little whoosh sound. Also, our timer's gone for our drugs. So we're just gonna eat some more. We don't really need the Mindflood. We never have been having capacitor issues. Hard Shell, I guess, was nice. It probably saved us here, honestly. So we're just gonna eat some more. Instead of this Mindflood, I would probably actually get some Blue Pill. Let's switch that out for some Blue Pill. Because when you need to rep, you definitely want to be able to rep. I don't know how streamers manage it. It gets easier over time. Also, it depends on like what activity you're doing and like how confident or comfortable you are with it. Doing new content can definitely be a little hard. All right. We got a Lancer and 2 Escorts, which a Lancer is just a lot of damage, and Escorts don't really do anything. So I'm going to go orbit the cache. And I'm going to kill the Lancer first. Unless the escorts come to me closer and quicker. Yeah. This asshole's coming right for me. So we'll kill one of them first, and then we'll kill the Lancer. We'll turn on our shield booster. Not having to figure out stuff constantly probably helps. Oh yeah, definitely. So right now we're out of range for the Lancer. We're just gonna kill the cache. Looks like the frigate is attacking my drones, but the Lancer still wants me dead. It's important to, like, once you loot something, keep moving. It's like you want to be quick on the, like, pickup. You hear the loot box open. Let's just return our drones, which will make that Lancer come towards us. And then we can be near the gate. Yeah, but even as like as a new player, as long as you got the reference sheet up, especially if you can put it like on a separate monitor or something, you can more easily reference it. For you guys, I'm just like alt tabbing to it. But if you can start to get used to this and start learning all of these different names and what they do, it's really going to help you out. Stop repping. Probably should turn my capacitor warning higher up because I keep forgetting until like I'm at 30%. So here we just have a room full of spark needles. Spark is my worst resistance. So we don't like to see that. This is going to be the worst like spark needle room that there is for us. That said, I'm not really afraid of these spark needle rooms. Also, instead of sorting by distance, it's probably a better idea to like sort by name or even type. That way that you just kind of like keep things in their standard order. Oh, chat fucked up. Give me a sec. You can enjoy the dog fat instead of staring at numbers. Yeah. May I ask, how long have you been playing Eve and how long have you been streaming it? So I technically started sometime, I think, around like 2006. I forgot that account, and so I don't really know anything about it. And then I made my main account, which is Scott Renton, in 2009. And then from then, I've been playing off and on, mostly off. And so I've been totally playing for probably about like 6-7 years. How long have I been streaming? Again, I streamed for, I think it was like about 2 years or something. And then I took a 2-year break-ish. And then I've been streaming again since the start of this year. So 8 months for like my latest streaming time. Which is when like I guess I cared more. Well, I definitely cared before, but like I don't know. So like I started my I do a YouTube video every week now. I stream twice a week. And it was like my restart, right? I definitely cared both times. But I took a break from streaming. Magical Geek 07, welcome in.
Warp drive active.
Chris says +1 to sort by type. Yeah. I watched an overview video of yours recently. Loved it. Hell yeah. Yeah, that I think was a really good video because now you guys can have my overview, which I really like. It definitely feels like it is mastercrafted. And after that, I recently changed up all my keybinds. I probably will make another keybind video. Because it is also like game changing to the max. I feel just so much better with my keybinds now. I'm still getting a little bit used to them. Like I forget some things here and there. But it'll only be a matter of time. So here we have a striking Leshak, just a battleship. Again, don't approach battleships directly. Go off at an angle, see what kind of damage they're doing. Leshaks are going to have like a certain range to them. So that's obviously hurting us a lot. That's a penetration. Penetrate is very bad. Why are you still penetrating us? Please stop penetrating us. We're going like completely horizontal. Alright, there he misses us. We gotta just kind of spiral into him here. Don't overheat too much. I should probably also actually repair my ship. Again, we're just trying to get a little closer by the moment. That's a glance off. Not too worried about a glance. Misses us completely again. Spiral into him. Alright, release the drones! Now that we're in targeting range. Next up, we want to get ourselves in range. I'm going to turn off my repper for a little bit here. Hopefully we're under his guns now. That was fucking scary, though. So, when in doubt, always err on the side of caution instead of approaching so aggressively like I initially did. Yeah, easy peasy. Now we know we definitely need to be quite cautious with that guy. Just barely fire up the tailpipe? Yeah. Penetration is a stat in ZZZ? Yeah. Is it? Is it like you go through their armor or something? What tier are you doing in your alpha? T1 with a worm. Overview is something you struggle with for sure. I'd love keybind videos. Still checking, clicking most things. Yeah. Having keybinds will like change everything for you. Eve is definitely a two-handed game. That'll buff right out, yeah. So is he piloting the ship with WSAD right now? No. So I'm double clicking. So my mouse is primarily dedicated to like ship movement, while my hand is primarily dedicated to like modules mostly, and then like windows and controlling like the battlefield, right? But my mouse is mostly movement. And like, well, I guess this is movement too, right? Using my wheel. The wheel's very good. Okay, never watched any EU content or played. No idea how it works. The visual's really cool though. Oh yeah. So I have a whole ass walkthrough for you if you ever are interested. It goes through the very beginning to a bunch of different possible things that you can do in the game, which is like what we're doing here. Here we have a Lancer, a Spearfisher, and an Escort. Spearfisher. Wait, where are we looking? Why can I not find what I'm looking for? Oh, Fisher, Webs. Okay. We're gonna probably just stay away from the Spearfisher. Oh wait, no, wrong guys. Why is this being weird? Why can't I see? Okay, none of them seem to be webbing me, which is nice. Okay, so these are sleepers.
Hey, you there.
They're all sleepers.
Thank you for the follow.
Or, yeah. Spearfisher and Lancer. Spearfisher and Lancer. Okay, wait, these are Vigilant Tyrannoses. Okay. Spearfisher. Okay, is Scram. Lancer does a lot of damage. Why are these I don't get why these are, like, mixed. The other one was a Warden, right? Yeah, which is the web. So we definitely want to kill the web.
Hey, you there. Thank you for the follow.
You never use the wheel? You should always use the wheel. Like, that is #1 recommendation. Even as the most helpful new player community I've ever encountered in a game. It definitely can. We do really like helping our new bros. It's because we need them. Like, they're a very integral part of the game. Ooh, that was nice. That was like 3 million in that can. Thank you for the follow, Closa. I'm going to check out the series and download the game, see if I'm into it. Yeah, hell yeah. Also, make sure you use my recruit link, or your friend's recruit link, whatever, if you have it. Recruit. Even if you've already made your account, you can still link them up. That will get you 1 million free skill points, which is going to be really helpful for you. Technically, I get a little kickback as well, but it's primarily for your 1 million free skill points. Here's a Karen room. Awesome. So we're gonna go this way. Alright, she misses us completely. Good. I can cycle in a little closer. Misses again. Again, we were like looking at like 0.4 for her, right? So right now we're at 0.3, which means, yeah, she hit us, she grazed us a little bit. Yeah, she's grazing us at 0.3. So as long as we don't get too much below 0.3, we should be fine. We're at 0.7 now. So high. Million skill per points is like a month of training. It's actually a little more as an alpha. It's like 45 days or something. It's like a month and a half. I probably want to kill this guy first. So I'm just piloting like behind Karen. That way we can direct her towards the center of the map again. But ignore aura. Don't spill them to after you get a clue what's about. Yeah. So actually, in particular, you should. Oh, man, I don't know how I feel about this. I'm still on either side of the fence. So as an alpha, you're capped at 5 million training skill points. So as long as you do not, if you keep the million skill points in your redeem queue, and don't activate them until you get up to 5 million skill points, it's basically like an easy way to get up to 6 million skill points as an alpha. However, you can also activate them early and use the million free skill points to do what you want to do in the game better, earlier, quicker, faster. So it's definitely a bit of a trade-off there. But if you're willing to wait, like, it takes, what did it take us, like 4 or 5 months to train up to 5 million skill points? Oh. Let my traversal drop a bit when I did my U-turn there. It was too harsh of a turn. So I agree with that. Wait to spill until to them, even if it's tempting, you'll be happy you did. Yeah. If you can wait and not redeem them, that's definitely your best option. But at the same time, like, if you ever find yourself like you want to do something and you just can't, but a million free skill points would really help you do that activity, like, it's not the end of the world if you redeem them. You could let yourself drift in closer before you break in Vuln. Yeah, I could do that as well, but that's wasting time. I don't know. Actually, no, it's not wasting time. Because, yeah. Follow the Air Career program and ask questions in the Rookie Help. Yeah, definitely. Rookie Help's generally good. Not always, but it most of the time is. Sounds good. I'll leave the skill points alone. No idea what they even do. They're like XP. They make your shit do better or unlock different ships to use and stuff. Used to long grinds, I play a different amount of old school RuneScape. Just never tried Eve over the years because it doesn't seem like you have a character for progression. You definitely have like a character for progression. Like, this is my character. And they have their skill points, right? This is your training. And all your training happens like actual through physical time. It's not like RuneScape where like you chop wood repeatedly to get your skill up. It's like you just wait in real life time to get your skills up.
Warp drive active.
I'm gonna go repair my ship real quick. First is determining what the options are, what things all mean, and then what you can care to invest in. Or it manipulates you like a good little capsuleer to blow it earlier than you should, so you have to buy more. Oh. Or is like the in-game helper? Yeah, pretty much. They're like your AI assistant. Not like a chat GPT assistant, like a video game AI, right?
Request accepted.
It's not an actual AI. I guess I have to clarify that these days. So yeah, I've done both on different accounts.
The secret word was spoken by stream
Hey!
elements. Give them a prize now.
Rampaging, coming in with a big juicy raid. Thank you so much for that. Disregard what fucking stream elements are saying. What'd you guys get up to? Tell me everything. And for all of you lovely raiders, welcome in. Will this button work right now? Nope. Cool. Welcome in. My name is Nth-Dimensional. I like to showcase various aspects of EVE Online and how to do them to the best of
Make
your
sure you
ability.
re-enable the secret word.
Right now, we're in the middle of a really cool series where we go through and do activities that you can do as a pretty much brand new alpha player to the game. This particular one isn't like a brand new alpha player. It does require a little bit more skills, a little bit more cash flow to do, but not too much. And what we're doing is starting Abyssals.
Thank you.
So I recommend starting Abyssals when you can fly a worm, which is what we're flying here right now. So we got a little bit of skills to be able to fly like T2 light missile launchers and some drones and have about 100 million IS so we can buy the ship. But it's going pretty well. We talked about how like all the different like preliminary stuff that you need to know about Abyssals, and now we're in the like running rooms portion of the show. So what did you guys get up to? And I hope you're hanging around. Also, all of you lovely raiders, if you could please hit that F5 key, refresh that page, or double-click my name in the bottom left-hand corner. That will make you turn into a real viewer, which helps my analytics. I am trying to go for that Twitch partner, so having them real analytics higher is definitely going to be very useful. So we've done maybe like 4 rooms now. Let's see, how much have we gotten in those 4 rooms? We've gotten about 24 million ISK. Not bad, not bad. We'll throw these in our item hanger just to secure the loot, right? So we've already paid off about 1/4 of our ship, and we're just moving right along. Let me also fix this.
Warp drive active.
You say Merc and Briss talking about everything and nothing. Okay, so the usual. Juicy au jus for yous. Talking about mayo sandwiches. Oh, definitely. I'm a big fan of mayo sandwiches. So, okay, so here, let's talk about this. When you're making a grilled cheese, do you use butter, mayo, or either? Or both? So I definitely have traditionally used butter for my grilled cheese sandwiches, but I've been switching to the mayo option. Kind of a mayo enjoyer when it comes to that. We got Mayo Master Race. Mayo is superior mayo by a fucking long shot. Oh, butter, you fucking heretic, says Pure Tech 2. Mayo on the outside is apparently good. Yeah, I'm talking on the outside. Yeah. Butter never, though. To try mayo, I'll have to try that. Yeah, give that mayo a go. You say glazed butter on the outside and mayo on the inside. I don't know about mayo on the inside. Butter in the pan, mayo on the bread. Ooh, that'll work. Neither. What's wrong with you people? Cheeto, what? How are you making grilled cheese without fucking fat on your outside? So here we have a Karen room. Pretty easy. We've already handled Karen rooms. We start by giving her a wide berth. She misses us completely. Then we can start diving in. We want our angular to be anything above like 0.4, 0.3. And she actually started quite close to us, so this will be quite easy. And I should note and say that this angular is not like universal. It comes into play of like what our ship signature radius is. So like our ship is 48 meters for a sig radius, which goes into like the tracking formula as well. So we've experimented and found out that like that's going to be fine angular for this situation, but it's not going to be useful for everything. Especially like if you're in a bigger cruiser or something, she'll probably be able to hit a cruiser easier at that angular. And now we're going to go ahead and try and guide her into the biocannabinoid cache. Karen does always try and go away from you. So just try and put my ship between each other. And I'm just double clicking in space. Alright, that's probably pretty good. We can go ahead and start orbiting the can. And start killing the can. Usually carriers need a wide berth, yeah. Gotta cook the inside butter though. Like I throw the butter side down in the pan for about 45 to and then assemble the mayo. Oh man, that just seems like too complex. You're like toasting both sides of your bread. Didn't even consider ship radius. Makes sense? Yeah. That is, I guess, a good thing to call out. Because otherwise you might not
Hey bitch,
realize.
you are forcing your viewers to watch an ad right now, so pause your fucking
Ad
game.
time. Boo. That's how microwarp drives make you easier to hit. They bloom your sig radius like 5 times. Yeah. So if you use a microwarp drive, you are essentially as easy to hit as you would be if you didn't use it. There's more math than just essentially, but don't worry about it. It's essentially. Here we have a room basically full of... Oh, no, there's more than just spark needles. Just some little easy guys to kill. We've done this room before. We'll do it again. I do need to be a little bit careful here because I only have 3 Cal Navy Hornets. So if we lose like 2 more, that's going to be bad, right? Brought to you by Greenie's Doggy Dental Treats. Is that the ad that you got? When I run level 3 security missions, I just sit still. I mean, if that's what you want to do. Twitch thinks your viewers love their puppers. That's a good thing? Hell yeah. Yeah, if you don't love your puppers, what's wrong with you? Are we going to overheat our shield booster a little bit? No, I don't think we need to. Our drones are basically doing all the work here. You say it helps a ton if you're mini slices of cheese person or add veggies. If it's just a craft single and some Tabasco, it's not necessary. Usually do 2 slices of cheddar, a slice of pepper jack, and then a thin slice of onion. Oh, okay. So my typical grilled cheese is like a ham grilled cheese sandwich. And I've actually newly developed this new technique. I will oven the ham so it gets hot and warm. And then I will prep the like bread, cheese, ham, cheese, And then when I go to make it, I like just put I like put the bottom right, so they're all prepped, right? And then I can easily just like start grilling them or frying them, whatever word you want to use. Um, yeah. You know it's wrong, but for work, so you've been lazy. Oh, okay. I mean, fair, sure. One slide cheddar, some shredded mozz, then a layer of brie. Ooh, triple cheese. All right, here we got 3 lancers. Pretty easy. These are just do a lot of damage. They're cruisers, so we don't really want to directly approach them. So we're going to go up like this way, right? This is possibly a decently hard room. Our tracking is probably fine enough. I just want to be a little bit careful. I'm going to just orbit the cache. Yeah, it looks like this is actually going to be totally fine. Totally fine room. Take care, Manchita. Have a good night. DeGronos does bread, cheese, hot dog, gun. Now that's a grilled cheese. We are in this blue cloud, which really blooms our sig radius penalty, so I actually should have been aware of that and not orbited this cache. So we're going to go ahead and escape this blue cloud. Now it doesn't really matter, so we're going to go ahead and orbit the can again. Say keto grilled cheese, no bread, just cheese, butter, and grilled tomato. Doesn't sound half bad. Oh, gotta turn off my shield booster. Clouds sure add a lot of variety. Yeah. Mostly they're usually just annoying. But they can. Still want some weird miniables in the what? Also, welcome in, Millet. For all of you lovely new raiders, if you're unfamiliar with me and whatnot, if you like my overview, which you should, you can check out my YouTube channel, or also you just normally just check out my YouTube channel. There's a whole lot of really good information there, including how to get my layout, which I really like. We got a Lucid Deep Watcher. Easy peasy. Let's give him a wide berth. He's a battleship. Don't want to be caught slipping. Angular is only 0.3, which isn't great. We're so far away. Oh, he misses us completely, though. He's in range of the drones now, so send out the drones. Now he's in range of the missiles. We're going to go ahead and orbit this guy at like 3,000, sure. Why not? If we look at our little cheat sheet, we can see the Deep Watchers, Sleepers, just target painters. If we go into possible rooms, they did talk about the Deep Watchers. It's just a DPS check room. Most tankiest enemy in the T1 Abyss. Here, I can make it look better for you. Poor aim, slow missiles that never hit anything non-threatening, kill runners by timeout. So, we're just here killing this guy, wasting our time. Any tips other than Control-Shift F9 for docking at NPC stations and not melting my computer? As far as melting your computer, that's definitely the best option. If you're trying to like insta-dock, you can set your destination to the station and warp to a bookmark that is within docking range, and then hit autopilot, and you'll immediately dock. Alternatively, if you, for like default keybinds, if you hold down the D key, which is dock, and then click, like even like while you're in warp, you can hold down D and click the station, and then you'll also immediately start docking. And so like it doesn't matter if you're lagging or not, like the command is already in the system. Do 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 do. Try potato mode, then if that helps, fiddle with graphic settings from there. Yeah, you could also just like lower your graphic settings actually. But I don't know if Control Shift F9 would not, like, if anything would change if you potato mode. So what's fun about this guy is that you can actually see his missiles. His missiles are so slow that they don't actually hit me. They're big missiles. They're just flying around there. It's just frustrating because it's only when I'm inside NPC stations, so I don't want to lower my graphics overall. Yeah. There are certain areas that are just unoptimized to shit in this game. Particularly like the inside of player stations. Ugh, gross. Alright, that guy's dead. Let's go to this cache. Yeah, try updating your graphics drivers. Try running in the different DX from whatever you are running. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yeah. So if you go here, go settings, game client, and then you can select DirectX 11 or 12. I was having issues with 12, so I switched back to 11. Alright, this room is Karen and a Lancer. Alright, I wanted to use my invulnerability for longer. Oh well. Oh, apparently I bounced off the cache. Didn't look like I was going to. This Karen's already like quite close to the core. So I'm just gonna orbit her. A little bit dark, but looking good. Yeah. Now we're turning into the cool looking stuff. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, you fucking got me. Oh, man. How dare you? I thought I was, like, straight up dead. Yeah. What kind of issues did DX12 cause you? I think I was just having, like, in general, just, like, shitty FPS. Maybe it wasn't even DX12. Maybe it was just, like, other problems. And that's just something that I tried. I don't even remember. L what, please? What? L what? Darkness has problems jumping gates on DX12. Level of the Abyss? T1. So we're doing Alpha T1 Worm Abyssals. Which is definitely what I recommend until you can go do T3 Gilas. Which is basically like have skills and money for Gila. So our weakest resist is Spark. So we're going to kill the Spark Needles first. And then we're going to go like Ember after that. Doesn't really matter. These guys don't do enough to us to really worry. I say that as I start worrying because my shield's going down. But as you can see, our drones are much better at killing them than we are. Because these guys are really tiny, have small sig radius, so even though we're using light missiles, it's still having a little bit of a hard time tracking them. Really, I should just be shooting this cache. That's all my missiles are good for here. I thought CCP banned alphas from doing any abyssals? No, not at all. Is it the wisest use of your time as an alpha? Yeah, I don't generally think so, but like if you really enjoy abyssal gameplay, you can work your way up into like being Omega. Like again, because abyssals are so reliant on like player skill and SP skill and ISK account money, like it's probably not the wisest thing to do as like just an alpha. But if you want to like work your way up to a Gila, you can do T3s as a like an alpha Gila player, and then get like Omega, and then keep working on your Gila skills. Like you can definitely like that can be your path.
Warp drive active.
Probably you were thinking about the safety changes, but that only means alphas can't have a red safety, yellow is fine. Yeah, they can be like suspects too. I don't know if Abyssals even need a yellow safety anymore. No, they don't. Well, like you'll get safe, maybe like the higher ones, but T0 through 3 you can do in like Movelin and not have any suspect problems. You did a T1 Heron J-Space hacking when I first started. It gave me a good boost. Yeah. Explo hacking, nullsec relic stuff. So good. So good. Oh, cool. This is a new room. We have 3 Skybreakers, which are going to be very rude for our drones. I guess maybe it won't be super rude for drones as long as they're out of range, because as long as they target us and not our drones, then again, I don't know what they're going to target. Yeah, it looks like they're targeting us. That said, they are doing a lot of damage. We're going to overheat our shields. We're kind of out of range of them right now. Alright, we've killed one of them, so we can hopefully stop overheating. Let's go loot the cache. Hope we stay in range. They're still targeting us, which is nice. Oh, maybe I should have gotten right close to them, because then they will actually hurt themselves. Yeah, that probably would have been the better plan. Let's approach the gate. I guess let's orbit the gate. Turn off our repper for now. Our drugs ran out. Let's go ahead and re-up them. Well, that was a room. Let's read about them now that we've done them. Eating calm. Spawns 2 to 3 ships in any type. Pacifier has high deeps in multiple number. This has strong active tank. Why did it spawn 3 of them? It's supposed to spawn fucking only 2 of them. Yeah, so as I said, like, EveWiki is 98% of the time correct. But as you clearly saw, There was 3 of those assholes. If you get closer to these skybreakers, will they zap each other? Yes. They'll also zap my drones though, which I didn't want, but geez, this is fucking a room. There's a lot of these guys. Kill the sparks, and then the embers. For some reason, this room's going quite well. Even though, like, I've previously done a room of this, and they were eating my lunch. Were you able to manage in a Heron and J-Space? You need more stuff to do in Explo? I mean, so J-Space just has, like, C1 through 3s have a variety of the nullsec relic sites. So it's, like, better to just go in a nullsec. And search for Garistas and Sanchas.
The secret word was spoken by Q Popo.
Hey!
Give them a prize now.
Congratulations, Q Popo. You won our giveaway. So we do giveaways a little bit differently here in this chat. Before I go in here, I'm going to explain. We have a list of secret words, and you just said one of the secret words, which means you get to win one of the Scope Syndication skins or the new Medium Miasma Fed Navy Comet if you would rather have that.
Make sure you re-enable the secret word.
Yes, please come hug your Astero and Venal. Promises not a dual rep troll fit. Yeah. I just stuck with C1 through 3 relic and data sites. As for between J-Space or null, I trust Int's advice. Just decided to do it in J-Space. Nice. And the secret word you said was null. So congratulations. Yeah, we have right now a good amount of words. Maybe like 10 to 15 words on the list. And so if you talk in chat, you have a chance to say one of these words. Let me know what skin you want, and I will actually get it to you after the stream because I'm on my alpha account right now, but I will write it down. You love the comet skin? All right, sweet. I want this. And comment for LJ Somas. Wait. CHMOMAS. All right. Cool, cool, cool. On to the next room. Such a cool, unique giveaway minute. Yeah, I love it. I want to automate it better. I just need to do like some C# stuff. Ah, fuck, another fucking strike grip. All right, let's do this. Step 1, approach this bitch. But we got to make sure that we turn away when it gets close. That's right. Do it different but better, like using mayo. So these guys have insanely high tracking and very big damage. So if you get close to them, they are going to kill you. Alright. So now we're getting pretty close. Let's turn around. Oh god, let's start fucking heating that shield. We should have turned sooner. Alright, looks like we're good though. Now we can keep it orbit at like 15 kilometers. Oh, it looks like they want to kill my Hornet. So we're gonna try and get our Hornet to return. Nope, they successfully killed our Hornet. And actually, let's return this guy. Return both of them. Get the aggro solidly back on me. Now that we only have 2 Hornets, we definitely need to take a trip back to Jita to restock. My damage is significantly lower without my drones. They're killing this Hornet. Now they're killing my other Hornet. I should probably just bring him back at the same time. Get the aggro back on me. Send him back out. We're also next to the other kind of pylon. I'll talk about that in a little bit. I want to concentrate a little bit more on having my drones not die here. Alright, cool. So the other kind of pylon that you can get in these Abyssals are these deviant autonomous suppressors. And what they do is hurt drones and missiles. So like they're just an AoE damage cloud amount, which missiles actually do like have health and can get exploded by like smart bombs or these point defense systems.
Hey bitch, you are
And
forcing
so
your viewers to
the
watch an
short
ad right
range
now, so pause your fucking game.
is 15 kilometers away. So it's a range of 15 kilometers, but it actually does enough damage to like really hurt enemies as well. Those like little enemy drones, and your drones and your missiles, and yeah. So we kind of want to stay away from them unless we are going to kill the enemies with them. And as you can see, like doing T1s as this worm frigate gives us plenty of time. Timer isn't really a concern. We're just kind of like trying to make sure that we survive the room, and get money. And like jumping from a T1 to a T2 in this, or from a T1, yeah, from a T1 to a T2 isn't really like good. We would explode in a T2. Just trust me on that one. All right, let's go to Warp Chichita.
Warp drive active.
Unless we can get any of these Cal Navy Hornets in this system. Doesn't look like it. Personally, I've been making this lately by building and selling Tech 2 stuff. Nice. You got a semi-captive market and reliable null infrastructure to do the reactions. Nice! Seems like a pretty good life. It's a double-edged sword, and null, you know who's in the system with you. You can find space that is mostly empty. Yeah. I've done this and it does seem relaxing compared to J-Space. Yeah. I definitely prefer null. Where people don't show in local, so you have to constantly descan. Yeah, you just have to be ready for like someone to show up on grid with you when you're in J-Space. And also, like, because like there's more things to scan that are not actually useful, I feel like you spend a lot more time uselessly scanning. Whereas in J-Space or nullsec, like, because nullsec doesn't have static wormholes, sort of.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right. Oh, we got Skinner's Studio supplies? Let's put these in... Wait, Abyssal Junk? Yeah, we can put this in Abyssal Junk. Just minus 3 million off of it. Or actually, I'm just going to put this in Item Hanger for now. So that's another 15 million on top of the like 25 million that we have in our other container. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to buy drones. I want 3. Let's actually buy something like 7. Put some in the drone bay. Put some in our regular bay. And then I'm going to want hard shell. Buy some more hard shells. And I want blue pill. Synth blue. As long as it's not too expensive. It's like 2 million a pop. Also, these only last 30 minutes is like, because I don't have biology up. Well, I have some biology, but not a whole lot. Maybe I should put... Oh yeah, biology 3. Okay, that's still 60%. So they're like 45 minutes or something. Yeah, that's fine. Let's buy 3 of these. Oh, I mean 2 of them? Yeah, whatever. We can keep it in there. Do we need any more Scourge Fury Light? Probably. Let's buy like 1,500 more. I don't know how much we've used. I could have checked that. Yeah, let's check that actually. If we go here, we've used like 1,000. Yeah, cool. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's repair any of our heat damage. All right. Never paid attention to which faction the data relic site was. Does it matter much? It matters hugely amount. Let's go to Movelin again. So, like, intact armor plates drop from Sanchas, and they're way more expensive than some of the other T2 stuff. Does it mean I should always go to Sancha? Sancha or Garistas. Both are really good. Anything that's not Sancha and Garista is trash by comparison. You say Gristas are slightly behind Sancha and Isk, but you also have less crazy Russians chasing you around in Venal. Just me and an Astero, yeah. Which null areas have these site? I will show you. With this binding. Okay. So basically this is north, right? Garistas is going to be like Tenal, Branch, Venal. I don't think Tribute, right? But Veil of the Silent and Geminate. So actually, yeah, I think Tribute. But not Declan? Wait, no, Declan has it too. Yeah, so this northern area, it's pretty big. Lots of these areas. I could be wrong on Tribute and Declan. Have Garistas. And then down here in Providence, Ketch, Stain, Esoteria, and Paragon Soul is going to have Sancha. So like this Italy-looking like southern strand is where you're going to get your Sancha stuff.
Warp drive.
Yeah. IAPs are what? 7 million? Oh, intact armor plates are 7 million each, 100 million for backstrap relic. It's crazy. Yeah, so you can get, wait, is it 15 or 25 for the max drop? It's 15, right? Yeah. So whatever 15 times 7 is.
The secret word was spoken by Rasaban.
Hey!
Give them a prize now.
Congratulations, Rasabang. You said the secret word. Which one did you say? I will get to that in a second. Greece just has like 8 regions. Oh, and Fate. Yeah, and Fate. Which areas are the most empty? I don't know. All of them? Some of them? I don't know. Use SMT. Use .lin. Thing about holes, though, is that you don't show in local
Make
either.
sure you
Yeah.
re-enable the secret word.
You say, but that also means you have me and the rest of boss crabbing our faces off and defending against outsiders quite vigorously. But, like, I don't know. As exploration ships, like, most of the time you're not worth catching. But what did you say, though? What the what word did you say? Oh, did you say that word? You said crab! Congratulations. Crab was one of the words. Let me get your in-game name, and what ship you would like, and I will note it down and get it to you after stream. Or most likely tomorrow, realistically. Maybe tonight, actually. We'll see. Comment if you have it still. Yep. If not, heck God. Yep. If it's in my list that I posted up above, then I have it. Comment for Rasablin Oscar. Olakar. Alright. Sounds good. People are somewhat hesitant to dump stuff in NPC stations for some reason. Why? You can't asset safety it? Ah. I definitely utilize NPC stations. Ah, fuck me. I left my fucking... I got rid of my filaments. Back to Jita!
Warp drive active.
Thank you, brother. You just earned 1 free pass to do Expo and Venal. Yes! Joke's on you, though, is that I'm pretty sure our nullsec video is in Venal. So, I think I have video evidence of me pilfering your wonderful little home.
Warp drive active.
The secret word was spoken by Phoenix 591.
Jeez! Another one!
Give them a prize now.
Congratulations. What'd you say? Why bother with the asset safety trick when exploration stuff is cloaky and so safe enough to take the Parchment Highway right to Cheetah? Yeah, I mean, like, definitely do that. I just figured asset safety was, like, for other non-expo stuff. So, like, when you steal ESS stuff, a lot of times people steal ESS tokens and then put them in,
the secret word
in our PC stations. What did you say, though? You said... Why bother with the asset safety trick when exploration stuff is cloaky? What did you say? It must be a word within a word. There it is. You said a highway. The word was high. I was thinking more like high sec, but highway works too. Congratulations. Let me know what you want. Zarzak. Nope, not today. Permission to post an immigrant link? Yeah, sure. It's a screenshot of a loot table with rare relic loot. Shows why Sancha and Guri are the best and everything else is bad. Oh, yeah. I believe it. Show it to me. We're pretty good at snagging cloakies off gates. We're down in Omis lately, but we still do some whaling, camping, cherry picker killing up north. Nice. We'll take a purifier skin. All right. Purifier for... Do you have your in-game name? Yes. Stefano. You'd be pretty interested in the table. So, like, there's a whole, like, it's pretty well known. Like, just Google search, like, nullsec, oh shit, nullsec relic loot tables. And someone did, like, a big ol' experiment where they figured out a bunch of cool stuff and figured out the loot tables. The value differences between them is like old, outdated, but like it still holds pretty much true. The rankings are still, I think, the same. All right, see you later, Cuco Popo. This is the first time seeing of this. Sag that Serpentis is at the bottom of tier of everything. Womp womp. If you like having them harvest sites for you, consider constructing them back their loot tables if they're rare in your area. Huh? Let's look at this image. Let's look at this loot table, though. Oh, wait, is this your own?
The secret word was spoken by Blue Gray XV.
You guys are on a friggin' roll right now. I'm glad it's different people, too, though. Yeah, but like Sancha. Okay. Oh, I see what this is. Oh, this is like an up-to-date. You're using like guessy stuff. Like into Sancha is great, but Garista is also great, and Garista is great.
Make sure you re-enable the secret word.
So like these together mean that like Garista is pretty equivalent to Sancha. Because the next good Sancha thing is like, is down Nanite Compound, which is definitely much less. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I like that.
Warp drive active.
Yours was inspired by that loot table, but I just pull updated Gita values. Yeah, no, I like that. I like that a lot. The launchers, analyzers, probes, and any surviving rigs can mean them not having to leave their zone for the day. And you said anal.
Make sure you re-enable the secret word.
So, yeah, the word was anal. It was supposed to be analyzer or like, anything like that. But congratulations, Blue Gray. Let me know what you want. Sometimes it's easier to just type in part of a word. What regions are Sanchez and Garista? We literally just talked about this. Northwest and South Central, yeah. I'll quickly show you again. Wait, why isn't it working? What the fuck? Oh, okay. Yeah. So Garistas is going to be up in this northwestern. Tenal, Branch, Declan, Fade, Tribute, Venal, Veiled, Silent, Geminate. And then Sancha is going to be this lower little sliver. It goes from Pravi, Catch, Stain, Esoteria, Paragon Soul. I knew Anal was it, yeah. Any early stuff I can use or anything pricey, I guess. So I guess you probably went Obelisk then. I think Obelisk is still the most expensive. And you are Caden Voss. You just started running fleets. I start a fleet and post chat in shared folder for bookmarks. Nothing seems to happen. I have all the folders online too. I just started running a fleet. I start a fleet and post in chat the shared folder for bookmarks. What are you expecting to happen? So we go to like social or utilities? Personal locations, yeah. Shared bookmarks don't work like you think they might do. Yeah. Also, what the fuck are these folders? Why can I have them? Why? Oh, they're probably from Corp, right? Twitch, you have admin. Huh. Yeah, what are you trying to do with them? Also, let's fucking get back into the Abyss. Now that we've taken quite a bit of a break. I guess people right-click the folder and opens the folder and they can use my station gate bookmarks. Yeah. So what is not working about that? Here we got an Aegis and 2 escorts. Aegis does a lot of damage. Escort doesn't really do anything. So let's go for the Aegis first. Now we're just going to orbit the cache. They have to first subscribe to your shared bookmarks and then online them. Yeah. But as long as, like, if there's, like, a blue link to your folder, then they should be able to, like, click it and then online it and then, like, be able to access them. Are you saying there's, like, not a blue link, or, like, what's going on? Yeah, you can have 3 online shared bookmarks. The fleet members can see the folder in the chat, but clicking it does nothing. Are you sure you have it, like, publicly, like, available? Or do you have, like, an access list that is not compromised or not compatible? Yeah, so if you go to social access list, you might have, like, an access list for your bookmarks that are wrong. so that even if they were to get the link, they still won't be able to access it. I should turn off my repper. Alright, next room is a Karen room. Easy. So I should have just let my invuln take me further closer. Why do I keep forgetting to do that? Getting pretty low on this angular. Might start actually taking some damage. But looks like we're still fine. We are going to go into the blue cloud, which again increases our sig radius a lot. So actually, we're going to definitely not fuck with that. But now we're close. Angulars is real nice and high. And we actually aren't even in the cloud. We're still on the outskirts. The clouds can be a little bit deceptive of like where their actual range is, especially on higher graphic settings. If you lower the graphic settings, you can start to see like their actual outlines. But then you have shittier graphics. Do 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 do. I learned all about those bookmark permission levels after one time during Vietnam. We had a bunch of bookmarks set up all around the hostile geek start to do bomb runs and stuff, and the permissions weren't set right, and the spy deleted them all. Womp womp. Spies, am I right? They're everywhere. Okay, so here is, it's not probably going to be very useful because it's a medium range, but we're going to just show you how this works a little bit. So we're going to go approach this medium range. We see that its range is 40 kilometers. So anything within 40 kilometers is going to start taking damage. So if we lock all these guys, you can start to see that it kills them all. And if it's the short range, it does quite a bit more damage, and it's like very effective at killing them all. But it does also damage me and my drones and my missiles. Which, for this one, doesn't really affect us at all, because it's the lower damage one. But the higher damage one can definitely do some kill missiles and stuff. Yeah, so like this activity is relatively nice and chill. Especially once you get past the like learning phase. Once you start understanding what all the rooms do and what you can expect, you know how to handle them.
Warp drive active.
Hey bitch, you are forcing your viewers to watch an ad right
Ad
now, so
time.
pause your fucking game.
I'm gonna grab some drink during this ad time. I'll be right back. All right. What rooms will we get this time? Three striking Damavix. So nothing really too crazy about this. Striking is just thermal and explosive. Just damage. I don't know why they like say they do thermal explosives, because all trig weapons do thermal explosive. This just means that like they're only damage. They don't have E-War. Thank you for the follow, Rasputin. Rap Ashindui. Nailed it. Hey, LB LeBlanc. Welcome in. Thank you so much for that juicy raid. How are you guys doing? What'd your stream get up to? Tell me everything. And welcome in. My name is Interdimensional. I like to showcase various aspects of EVE Online and how you can do them to the best of your ability. Today, we're doing something pretty fun and special here. We're doing an episode of our full new player walkthrough guide series, and today we are tackling the Abyssals. So we're starting with a worm. We did a few T0s just to like say hello to the Abyss, and now we're plowing through the T1s, which is what you're going to be doing in a worm. And yeah, so we're just learning all the rooms. We're getting used to it, talking about transversal, manual piloting, all that good stuff. And if I could be so imposing to all of my lovely new raiders, if you could please hit that F5 button, refresh the page, or double-click my name in the left-hand corner. That would really help my analytics. I'm trying to go for that Twitch partner, and you being counted as a real viewer will definitely help that. I also am a YouTuber. I guess I'm primarily a YouTuber. So if you guys are curious about my YouTube content, go ahead and click that link. Answer a lot of questions, have a lot of cool series, lots of cool tips and tricks, stuff like that. Check it out. Latest video was about an exploration ship tier list. I ranked and talked about all of the different exploration ships, what I thought about them, and how good they are. So definitely some good information there. So here is the Leshak room, and we remember that we need to give this guy a wide berth. He has very good tracking and will hurt us a lot. But we are trying to get a little bit closer to him by using our invulnerability timer here. So we're going to wait till he, like, yellow boxes us. I think, wait. Yeah, we're actually, we stay invulnerable, right? In the Abyss, I'm pretty sure that we stay invulnerable until we move. Or a minute? One of those two. Okay, yeah, there he misses us. But we're going to go ahead. So our invulnerability timer ran away. And now we're much closer to him, so we have much better angular velocity. We don't have to give him such a wide berth. We're actually pretty much in missile range here. So that worked out a whole lot better. We just wanted to not click anything until we were closer. Because you keep your speed and your modules active once you go into like each of the new rooms. Yeah, way easier. Holy shit. Yeah, so knowing how to do the rooms, as you can see, if you were here for the first time that we did the shack, that was a night and day experience. You flew a Mamba in Garista's Insurgency and got blown up by a gaggle of Myrmidons. I forgot to take my combat boosters. Oh no! Hopefully that was pretty fun though. Hopefully flying the Mamba while you could was pretty fun. Mamba is the slightly big brother of the worm and little brother of the Gila. It is the destroyer of the Greastas. Oh gosh, that sexy voice. Ooh, ooh. You mean me? Heaven forbid, I don't know what you're talking about. Bandolita Valita. You want some ASMR? A little whisper in the ear? Just for you? Hey look, another fucking Leshak room. Hell yeah. Now we love Leshak rooms. Let's see this again. How did you do it so fast this time? So, as you can see, we're not touching anything, which means we are keeping our invulnerability. Whenever you like land on a new grid or enter a new room, you have a minute, a 30-second. I think a 30-second invulnerability time. Really, if someone wants to clip it and time it, that would probably be pretty helpful. But like we're getting much closer to him with a low angular, right? So now he's yellow boxing us. He gets a good hit on us. And we start like moving away from him. So now he's missing us. So like again, your angular velocity is like a combination of how close you are and how perpendicular you're moving across them. So he can't really track us, which means he can't do damage to us, and we're in range of him, and he doesn't have a lot of health. So our drones and missiles kill him really quickly. Oh, our drugs just ran out. So I guess we'll eat some more drugs. I don't think you really need drugs, but as you're learning, it's definitely good to have them.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh. It's like I'm listening to myself with that. That's right, ASMR Inth activated. It comes out every now and then. Pretty much someone's just got to compliment me. That's all it really takes. I just want to be complimented. I just want to be liked. Oh, stop repping. Loot the shit. Go to the next abyss. That was a fast one. Yes, we're going to take some more drugs. And we're just warping between two different save points because otherwise we'd have to wait for this abyssal trace to go away, which takes maybe like 45 seconds or something. And I'd rather just not wait. Cruise and invulnerability transversal, then drones and missiles in range. Seems easy. Yep, cracked the code. Yep. It's actually someone else in chat that cracked the code. And I was like, oh yeah, of course I should do that. I forget who. Activate. When do you decide to use new filaments? What do you mean by that? So here's an overmine, which is just a fucking blob of health. Can't really do much to me. You don't use new filaments, the new filaments use you. Now you guys are confusing me even more. I'm pretty sure I used the filaments. So I kind of want to do something a little bit stupid here in the last little later bit of the stream. I want to buy a Gila. But maybe I just make a whole nother Gila stream. Because, like, Gila is all of this character's money. It's actually, like, more than all of this character's money. I'd have to sell my Mamba to buy the Gila. But then we could do, like, T2s and then T3s. But I think that'll actually just be a new episode. Because then we can, like, start looking and training the rooms that we find in the T2 and the T3. Yeah. A distraction? Where? There's ISK to be made in Jita Local? There sure is. Can make lots of ISK in Jita Local. All you gotta do is win one big hypernet. Spend it all. Spend all your money. There is something to be said, though, about a tactic of, like, occasionally, like, every time you make, like, let's say 400 million, right? Put 400 million on a hypernet that is, like, astronomically, like, low chance but high reward. Like, life-changing amounts of ISK, right? Because, like, 400 million, what's that going to get you? Not a whole lot, right? But, like, what happens when that 400 million turns into, like, 20 billion? And it is statistically likely to happen sooner than, like, when you would be negative, right? Like, you're not going to get it on the first 400 million, but maybe you get it on the second, maybe you get it on the third, maybe you get it on the fourth. And even if you get it on, like, the 10th, you're still, like, doubling your money, right? And then as soon as you double your money, never touch Hypernet again. Got some cheap geckos if you need them? Nah. As you can see right above here, this character wants no help from anyone. They gotta get it by their own gumption. I got my money's worth from Somber Blink way back when, which is the original gambling. If CCP starts adding freebies to Hypernet like Blink did back then, I might consider touching it. We'll see. Probably unlikely, though. You gotta run at least one more after a big one. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Just because, I mean, what if? What if you double again? Are there hypernets for daily alpha injectors? Maybe that's what we start doing. What do you guys think? Where is hypernet? I'll hypernet some daily alpha injectors. Alpha injector. Oh, baby, there is. None of them are green, which means they're not good deals. I'll look at this later. Okay, so here we're gonna actually use our invulnerability timer thing again. We're like heading straight towards that beach. Also, for some reason, my Afterburner isn't on. I think I'd rather, like, peel off and use my Afterburner. Sounds like something a new player may try to get the Hypernet, so sounds like a good way to make money. Yeah. Or maybe I could Hypernet a Gila. Do we try and win a Gila on Hypernet and just cry when we don't get it? See, that's the kind of like stupid Hypernet stuff, right? Where you spend a significant amount of your money when you could just buy the whole thing. Like, if you can just buy the whole thing, just buy the whole thing. Don't Hypernet it. Because you're going to end up losing money that way. But if you Hypernet something that is unobtainable, and then you win it, then we're talking. So maybe I Hypernet like a large skill injector. No, I want something bigger than that. But also easy to sell. What's something that's like a few billion that's easy to sell? Marauders are good to gamble on? No, I want more expensive. I want at least 2 bill. Molochs are not easy to sell. Oh, I thought it was good for a second. Turns out it wasn't. Regular capitals? Yeah, I could really do like a Phoenix Navy, right? Then again, like, they're not going to be in Jita, so I want something that's in Jita, right? I need like a module. What's a expensive module that sells a lot? That's like 2 million-isk, 2 billion-isk. Like an X, yeah. What's a really good multi-shield hardener? That's probably going to be the easiest, most expensive thing, right? Okay. So how much of a bad deal is this? 5250 times 16 is 84 million. So definitely daily alpha ejectors are not worth gambling on, unless you just love to gamble. Oh shit. Oh, fuck off. I went to the gate, not the cache. I just lost that cache. Oh well. Surely it wasn't going to be good. Surely.
Warp drive active.
What tier are you running? We're running T1. So Alpha Worm, which T1 is where you want to be. We're just blitzing them. And I will tell you how much IS per hour we make in a little while, once we're done. But I'm thinking it's going to be something like 40? Maybe 50? Not as good as I would like it to be, but if you like learning Abyssals, it's probably worth. Hey, good night, Spooky. Have a good night. Here's a Lashak. Oh, and it's in the first room. So here we got to give it a wide berth. All right, misses. Grazes. We're at 0.6 and it's grazing. Oh, missing? Okay. Okay. So somewhere like under 0.6 is bad.
Hey, you there. Thank you for the follow.
It misses at 0.5 though. So under like 0.5 is bad. Yeah, 0.4 it's hitting. And then it stopped shooting at us for some reason. Weird. I didn't even have my drones out. Yeah, that's pretty easy. I was making more IS per hour while doing T1s in a frigate than while doing T3s in a CR. What's a CR, bud? But yeah, like, also you were making more in a frigate than T3s? You must have been doing them T3s slowly. In a cruiser? Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Bartek 2030. Am I the only one who thinks of Inuyasha when I hear Media Miasma? Yes.
Hey, you there.
I'm gonna go with
Thank you for the
yes.
follow.
Thank you for the follow as well, Arnukius. Also, I just want all of you Twitch people out there to know that the YouTube follower count has surpassed 4,000, and Twitch is only at 3,878. You're falling behind Twitch. We need more followers. Man, that looks really good. Like that red and that green. You have 8 followers on your stream, bruh? You'll get there. Just keep going at it. I believe in you. Alright, we got a blasty room. Or blast strikey. It's a pretty standard room. Here, you guys wanna get one of these extraction nodes? I'll show you the amount of loot that's on an extraction node. And then you'll understand why I'm not getting them. Survey says a whopping 220,000. That actually wasn't too bad. 250,000. I was expecting worse, honestly. Pog! Yeah, poggers! Overmind. Alright. We're just gonna let our invulnerability timer make us go fast forward.
Hey bitch, you are forcing your viewers to watch an ad right now.
Ad
so pause your
time?
fucking game.
You don't say. Oh, I bounced off this structure. Even though I definitely didn't look like I hit it. This guy just doesn't know what to do with himself. Is he dead yet? Oh, not even close. Jesus Christ. What a fucking bloat of health. Darkness Comes Light somehow has 20 followers? Bruh. Everyone, make sure you shout out. Make sure you go follow From Darkness Comes Light. Up and coming big timer. He needs all the follows he can get. Jeez, killing this guy is painful. Luckily, we still have 10 minutes. Still got 10 minutes in this filament. So even if we run into another one of those assholes, we would have been fine. Because that was the last room.
Warp drive active.
I think maybe we'll do about 24 more minutes. So maybe like 3 more rounds. Then we'll do a tally up. See how much money per hour we make. Okay, this one's an interesting one. We got 2 Damaviks and 2 Tassalas. We got an Anchoring and a Striking. So if we look at the Damaviks, which are Trigs, Anchoring is a Scram, Striking's regular damage, and then the fucking Tesseras are just damage. Alright, see you later, Blue-Gray. Have a great rest of your night. Jesus Christ. That's a wake-up call. What the fuck? Fuck, sorry. No, you good. Here, let's go get this node. It's 55 kilometers away. Never mind. It's not going to be worth it at all. I thought we might have been able to get it before we killed all the guys in the room, but that's not true. Alright, we got... Oh, a Devoted Knight. This is actually a room we can talk about. Sanjanation, Devoted Knight. Has strong web and newt, can easily kill unsuspecting frigate pilot. Considered a newbie frigate killer. Can be countered by Orbit 500 and turning off repair modules. Alright. So we're going to just get close to him. Because he has long-range weaponry, so he wants to kite. So we want to get right up close to him.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm pretty sure we didn't fuck up. He's shooting our drones for some reason. Easy kill then. It was in the moment he realized he fucked up. Why is he shooting our drones? He's in a succubus. Real cool looking ship. Or, wait, Phantom? Wait, what the fuck is this ship called? Phantasm? Phantasm, yeah. Alright, he's targeting us again. But he can't really do shit. Down he goes. So cool. I'm glad that now we've taken care of the hardest room in the Abyss. By the way, the new Nightmare Stream skin looks great. Oh, the medium miasma. Oh, I bet it does, huh? Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I can't wait to get that one. I like the new miasma skins. I think they look cool. Another just Tesla room. Oh, let's go get a node, right? Let's go get this node. Make a little extra iskies. You also like the Praxis as well, but not as much as the Nightmare. Noted. Ramming speed ahead. So get that. Oh, it was worse. It was like 200,000 isk there. Sorry I didn't leave it up for longer, but I saw it was like 200,000. Yeah, so that's why I don't grab the secondary cans. Because it's just not worth your time. What is worth our time is looking at this Praxis skin. Yeah, it looks okay. I wish it was on like the outer ring as well. I don't like how the outer ring's just all black. Like, I think maybe that looks better. Now it's free. I've never actually done wormholes with a Praxis. How do they compare to a T3C in them? So like you're talking about like C3 wormhole stuff. A Praxis, they're about the same speed unless you really bling your T3C. We're talking like probably 2 bill plus. The main difference is that a T3C is much more expensive, but it's much safer to do the sights in. Whereas the Praxis is very cheap and very easy to get into and do. But you're much more likely to actually get murdered when problems do arise. They're designed for battleships. You can sit still in F1. Yeah. I don't know about if they're designed for battleships, but moral of the story is that you can sit there in F1.
Warp drive active.
I think I generally prefer doing C3 stuff in a Praxis over a T3C. Actually, maybe that's not true anymore. Yeah, I don't know what I prefer. Both are good. It's all situational. All right. Oh my god, we got another one of these assholes. Asshole alert. These big, fat, chunky boys. They've come to ruin my time. Say, alright, I did forget about the Praxis sneaky little probing bonus. Probably makes that part not bad compared to them. Overclock, etc. probably still makes the T3Cs nicer while scooping out the hole first. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I forgot to rep. I'm not dead, though. I'm not dead. I'm gonna fucking bounce on this structure. Probably multiple times. Let me look at myself. There we go. Now we can have spinny camera. It's slightly more exciting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Should probably stop repping before I run out of fucking juice. We're right next to a red cloud, too, which is even worse for our juice. Do, 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 do. Well, actually, with my... Yeah. Oh, because I don't have Mindflood anymore. That's right. I was like, with my Mindflood, what's my Capacitor looking like? But then I realized I stopped using Mindflood and switched to Blue Pill. This is probably my favorite Overwork song. It's just so good. Do people like doing low tier abyssals? Like, this is kind of a serious question. Like, anyone in chat, like, have you started your Eve career and you were like, oh, abyssals, and like, that's what you liked doing, and so you did them? I don't know, I just can't really see myself dedicating, like, day after day of doing, like, T1 Abyssals. I guess, like, when I get my Gila, maybe slightly more then. But even then, like, Gila's not exceptionally fun, in my opinion. I mean, obviously, tons of people like it. And maybe I'm just having a little bit less enjoyment because, like, I already know how to manually pilot my ship. I already know what's going on a little bit more. Maybe if everything was new and more exciting, then it would be more grabbing. We got a Karen. We're going to approach the Karen with our invulnerability for a little while. Oh, and chat fucked up again. Let me fix that real quick. Going thrice. This means we'll go 4 times a lady. This is one of my favorite bands. Release the drones! Should have released the drones earlier. Dang, chat, we fucked up. No, it wasn't you, it was me. Well, it was Elgato, actually. If someone's gonna take the blame, it's fucking Elgato. Which, normally, like, their shit's so good. But for some reason, like, the prompter chat fucks up on the regular. Even Praxis doesn't like fighting 2 waves at once, and an IRL friend of mine loves Abyssals. But like low tier Abyssals are like T6, right? Because there's a difference there. I ran T4 or 5 in Gila back in the day, mostly because it was efficient, relatively low risk. Low risk, yeah. I don't mind mixing in T2 or T3 Destroyer Abyssals once in a while. Yeah, also like every once in a while is fun too. I like every once in a while. I've gotten the taste for blood, though. PvP and hanging out with my friends and court mates is what really entertains me and keeps me playing. Encourage everyone to hop in a fleet and even tackle or E-War frigate and go roam. Yeah. One of the episodes that we're going to do is we're going to join an NPSI fleet. We just got to get the timing right. And show you guys like what it's like going on an NPSI roam. Because I love like PvP. Oh, by the way, you're still working on the Evelingo video? Yes. So I have my script. I just need to record my script and then like get all the B-roll for it. But it is going to be the next video, which actually, yeah, it will probably be released this week or next week. I haven't decided. Probably actually next week. Because, like, every other week, I like to put up another like, New Bro series. Or, like, some live stream stuff. Yeah, so actually, yeah, next week is going to be, like, a New Bro series. And then the week after that will probably be the Evelingo video. And I'm trying to create, like, a backlog of videos, so if I ever need to, like, take a break from making videos, I can. And keep my, a video a week pace up. 3 Lancers. These guys are just theoretically supposed to be doing big damage. I should probably repair. I don't think I've ever actually done an NPSI fleet. Do it! I did some EVE Uni PvP stuff way early in my career. Did some stuff in 2013 and test while they were taking Delve. Now I'm doing stuff in Goons, joined 7 months before Vietnam, where the whole rest of the Nail Gang had a blast. Yeah, I mean, I guess you don't need to do NPSI if, like, you have your corps that are doing it. And maybe I could, like, look at see what my corp PvP fleets are doing. I'm part of Silent Company, and, like, we have the Providence Knoll area. I don't know if they have, like, any roam fleets scheduled. Or if it would work out with my schedule for my streaming. But I'm going to do NPSI because I know any and everyone can do an NPSI fleet regardless of what corp you like choose to join. I'm probably going to do like some fun ink stuff. That's probably going to be easiest. Maybe like Bomber's Bar. I don't know. Probably not Bomber's Bar because I don't really have any stealth options. You say, okay, cool. I found an old Lego dictionary I wrote many years ago to be on the NC video. Oh, yeah, you were talking about that on the Discord, weren't you? Yeah, if you want to send me some stuff, I'd love to look at it. Fly with the Wormhole PD every Sunday? Yeah, I could also do some Wormhole PD stuff. Love me some Vinny. Is Vinny, like, alright? I haven't seen him in a while. And maybe it's just a time zone thing. It definitely could just be a time zone thing. Because, like, I also haven't seen Asura. And I'm like, where the fuck are Vinny and Asura? Vinny just took a week off, I think 2 weeks ago. He just came back. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. So we have 2.5 minutes left on our booster. We've been streaming for 4 hours, 15 minutes. Let's do one more. Just one more, right? Just one more.
Drive active.
You saw Vinny today? Okay, cool. Awesome. Great. I'm glad he had a break then. Cool. I'm glad it was a planned break as well. Not something like terrible happened. I'm glad he didn't fall down the stairs and has been in the hospital the last week, you know? I'm concerned for that old man. Now I'm just concerned for Asura. God damn it. Why'd we do one more? Who the fuck let us do one more? Another one of these assholes. I worry sometimes that chat's gonna make Vinny laugh real hard one day. We're gonna have to send his neighbor over to save him. Oh no. Do 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 do. Turn off my repper. Yeah, I'm digging this jam. Doing some cat jamming. I also kind of really want to find like a video editor that knows Eve. So if anyone out there knows someone who wants to do video editing and is knowledgeable about Eve, and like knowledgeable enough that like they can get B-roll, right? And like, or if I send them B-roll, then they like understand what it's relating to.
Hey bitch, you are forcing your viewers to watch an ad right now, so pause your fucking game.
Ad time. I guess it's good that ad time is while we're killing this guy. No, I can't pause. It's not that kind of game. Fuck. That's right. No pausing in the Abyssals. Read that in Cartman's voice? Yeah. Mom, you can't pause. It's not that kind of game. Fuck. It's a terrible Cartman voice, but, you know, whatever. I gave it my best shot. Mom! Do. Oh, the Kiki. This is the first time we fought the Kiki. So this is Triglavians. Kiki is one of the more dangerous enemy in T1 Abyssals with its high potential damage and decent tank. And then they said orbit it at like 25, right? The other Caldari Jones website said orbit at 25. Just stay in and out of its range. So let's send our drones after the Kiki. And let's use our missiles to kill the Damavik. Let's use our missiles to kill the Kiki. Both of these guys are ramping on me. And I don't know if we can actually outrun the Kiki. Oh, right, he's not using his micro warp drive because now he's within range, which means we should be able to escape his tether if we orbit at 27. Okay. Yeah, so he's broke. So we're good there. Yeah, okay, cool. Easy. And that was from Caldari Jones, which, how do I beat the Kikimora? Has an optimal range of 25. If you are beyond this, then it does 0 damage, and it breaks the ramp. Within this range, it has excellent tracking, and best case scenario will only mitigate some damage when up close. Kiki is fast when using its micro warp drive. However, when it's within its turret range, it will deactivate this micro warp drive and fall behind. I need to stop repping. So it sped up to us using its micro warp drive. But then it turned it off, and we escaped, and we killed it shortly after that. Then again, we have enough DPS that I think we could just go head right into it. Because we did kill it pretty quickly. Alright, pretty easy room. There's some higher damage cruisers. Oh, we could probably go for this cache, right? It's pretty fucking far away, though. We'll do it anyways. See if it wastes our time or not. And this is actually behind this rock. So we're going to have to manually pilot. Oh, and it's in a speed cloud. So this could get a little interesting. Ramming speed ahead. Loot. Got it. Oh fuck, I didn't realize. It wasn't a lot of money. I can tell you that much. Alright, we're in the white cloud. And you just see our fucking speed. Zoom, zoom, zoom! And imagine if you're using a micro warp drive and you get that kind of increase. You get sent out of the ring so fast if you're not paying attention. All right. That's going to be all the abyssals that we're going to do today. Next is just adding up our money pile and seeing how happy and or sad we are. Let's go grab this.
Warp drive active.
Because we dropped some off in a station here in Moveland.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Once this is all said and done, I'm going to have to make a tier list. Tier list of new bro activities. And spoiler alert, nullsec exploration is going to be #1 on that fucking list. By like a long shot.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so our start time was 1:48. Our end time, oh perfect, was 4:48. So that's 3 hours. So whatever our money is divided by 3 is what we're going to call our IS per hour.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, you can take an alpha heron, a nullsec, and with a bit of luck, get over 100 million. Yeah. Not even necessarily like with like a bit of luck. Like, it's gonna happen. Sometimes it'll happen in one fucking can. And like I think this whole day, I'll double check, but like, yeah, I won't spoil anything. Even though if you've been here, you can probably know how much money is in our other box.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right. Stack all this. Keep the things that we need. And our filaments. Oh, we got another Skinner Studio supply. All right. Oof. That's actually worse than I thought. By a healthy margin. 72 million ISK. I'm going to open these boxes. Because why not add a little more RNG to our life? Oh, you can do it in your ship's cargo? Okay. Let's open it from our ship's cargo. Oh, useless. Maybe this one will get us something more? Nope. We've lost even more money. Womp womp. These are our blueprints. I'm pretty sure none of these are worth jack shit. But I'll just double check. 57.6, yeah. Let's actually find these in contracts. Nothing. Nothing. And nothing. Okay, cool. Yeah, and all this other stuff will sell fairly regularly. This sells to NPCs directly, so that is guaranteed 50 million. Yeah. So about 70 million for 3 hours. Let's do let's get the calculator out. We got 70 divided by 3. 23.33 million per hour. This ain't it. This ain't it, boys. Yeah. If each of our runs takes 10 minutes, that should be 6 per, and about 5 million a pop. Yeah. So it does seem like it's a little low. Like kind of our benchmark was that we wanted to do. We thought we could do 6 runs an hour, and we did waste a little bit of time, certainly. Maybe we got slightly unlucky on the drops. But even so, even making 30 million an hour, isn't it? You can make more just staring at the market screen. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess it's like it's good for learning. If you like the Abyssal, if you want to get into Gila Abyssals, you can definitely make a lot of good money in Gila Abyssals. But you should consider your Worm Abyssal gameplay just practice. You're just practicing to get into your Gila. And honestly, maybe you should just practice your Gila in T0, 1, 2, 3. Like, why not just immediately start with the Gila in T? I mean, you're gonna get more money by doing the Worm in T1 than you would get with a Gila in T1. Yeah, and probably in T2. You can what if we did T6 Frigate Abyss? T6 Frigate Abyss is some of the best fucking ISK in the game. You're making like 1 billion ISK an hour if you're multi-boxing all 3 of them. Amazing. T1 farming and a worm is not the same thing. So yeah, like if you like the Abyss, if you like the concept, if you like doing that, it's a great. You need to spend the reps training, learning. You can't immediately just off the rip do T6 Abyssals. You do have to learn how they're done. And so this is good for that. But if you're looking just for ISK, go somewhere else. Okay. Well, cool. I'm glad we did that. I'm glad we learned and figured that all out. 'Cause now we know. And yeah, knowing is half the battle. So thanks so much for watching. This is gonna be, I guess, our little closing segment. I guess I could sell this stuff, right? I'm gonna just sell all of my filaments. Except for I might do T3 Gila. What is T3 Gila gonna be doing? Exotic, right? Are they gonna do exotic or electrical? I'll save my T3 exotic and electrical. And I guess T2, because I could start training on them. So exotic, electrical.
The secret word was spoken by Phoenix 591. Give them a prize now.
Congratulations. I'm just going to sell these to buy orders.
Make sure you re-enable the secret word.
Another thing that's like kind of poopy about doing abyssals as an alpha, as opposed to like incursions, is that your money, a lot of it comes from selling stuff, so you're going to get ripped off on your tax rate, because alphas have to have bad tax rates. Whereas like incursions, you get that money directly deposited into your wallet, so you don't have to worry about it. So bounties are a little bit nicer. Yeah, so let's sell all this. I'll go sell these to the actual NPC. Is it feasible doing incursions solo? No. But there's actually a number of great groups. We did our incursions with Eve rookies. And there will be, actually, if you look on the Twitch in my previous broadcast, you can watch that YouTube or that Twitch video. It was pretty recent. It's going to be up on the YouTube in probably a month or something. Because it's pretty far down the backlog of a new player videos. Also, actually, what I am going to do is all of these are going to be up on my YouTube. However, they are going to be for members only access, because basically I'm not going to have the thumbnail or anything. So if you want to become a member on YouTube, you will have instant access to all videos that I have completed before I release them on their Friday. So yeah, become a YouTube member. Hooray! Don't I have... Oh yeah, this is where I put them. Let me put this up on contract. For 18 million. Someone might buy this for 18 million. Actually, I should have looked at it. 1433, yeah. And I have, how much run did I have? Oh well. Oh wait, here it is. 3 runs? Yeah, yeah. Someone could buy that for 18. Is always public incursion groups? Yep, yeah. It's not sure who's around nowadays since there was drama flare up or two since you last looked into them. Yeah, I did mine with Eve rookies and it went really well. I definitely recommend them. How much can you usually make per hour doing incursions? Been playing 10 years. That's one of the few things I haven't done. What was it? It was 70 million, 75 million. It was a good number. It was a good number. You'll have to rewatch that VOD. Or it was definitely was it 50 million? No. I don't know. You'd have to rewatch the VOD. It was definitely something that I recommend. Especially because you get to do it with a group, and community is a huge part of Eve. So obviously activities that involve groups and integration like that, and that are regularly happening, are going to be great activities.
Make sure you re-enable the secret word.
Oh, right. Someone won shit. Exotic isn't bad. Yeah, I got that matching damage type for the resist. And the word was exotic. Congratulations, Phoenix. You go for a Ferox this time. All right. Nice. So every time I start stream, I add 3 more words to the list. And it looks like today we got 5 winners. But the list was pretty long, so it's good that we're having a good amount of winners. I don't want the list to be too long. Ferox, and we're getting different winners today, which is wonderful. Thank you guys so much for chatting. Phoenix 591. Yeah. You say, yeah, like for high-sec incursions, the payout is 31 million a site plus LP you get per site after the incursion spawn is finished. Low-sec incursion is something to see. Before scarcity, we used just supers and battleships. Nowadays, we still mix in regular carriers. Nice. All right. So the way we finish streams here is I'm going to go ahead and run 3 minutes of ads for all of my lurkers. If you're not a lurker, feel free to watch the ads. I will raid you out afterwards. It will help me get just a few more pennies. And if other than that, go forth into the Eve category or whatever category you want, and be a live viewer for someone else. So yeah, thanks so much for coming. Check out the YouTube channel. Like, comment, subscribe. Check out the latest video with the exploration tier list. I think it's pretty good. It's a nice doozy. I stream every Mondays and Wednesdays, starting around 2300 to 2400 Eve time for about 4 to 5 hours each time. And yeah, we have a lot of fun. We learn a lot of stuff. We try a bunch of different activities. And Wednesday is going to be something really cool. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out what we're going to do Wednesday. See you then.
Hey bitch, you are forcing your viewers to watch an ad right now, so pause your fucking game.
All right. And now, for all of you awesome people that are not watching ads right now, thank you so much. Heart, heart, heart. You guys are my favorite. Unless you're using ad blockers, in which case, rabble, rabble, rabble. Support me on the coffee or other ways if you are using an ad blocker. All right. We got imminent entropy going on. I like imminent. Or we could do a Narcos. Yeah, I never raid a Narcos. Let's give them a raid. They're doing some solo PvP. Do. We didn't even get to pay off our frickin' worm today. What the fuck? That's no good. We ended this stream with less liquid isk. That's the words I'm looking for. This guy is trying to sell a Phoenix Navy issue, though. Well, 3 hours of Explo will fix that? Yeah, like, Explo will fix all problems. I think I probably do need to do, like, another Explo stream on the Alpha. Because then I can get, like, a few 100 million. And then I could afford a Gila, and then we could step into, like, T3s as the Gila. Okay, well, ads are over, so it's rating time. See you guys Wednesday.